Live for full listings. More live sport. Pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport. Pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up next, Test Match Special. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including football, with live coverage from the Premier League.
Harry Kane inside the penalty area. Harry Kane finds the back of the net.
Lukaku shoots. Lukaku scores.
FA Cup and EFL Cup.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg. Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Plus, live action from the Women's Super League, Champions League and international fixtures.
With the free kick, she goes low into the far corner. And the header is there. Brilliant run at the back post. And Nikita Paris gives England the perfect start to the second half.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up next, Test Match Special. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Curran comes in over the wickets. Bowled in and England win! Amazing from Tom Curran. He picks up 5 wickets, jumps in the air.
Athletics, swimming, tennis.
Hallett's back and into the net! And at last, Caroline Wozniacki is a Grand Slam champion.
Rugby league, Formula One, golf.
Good speed. Oh, it does more than a 360. That is a wicked one.
Rugby union.
It's intercepted by Johnny May. And May's going to score, no question.
Boxing, football.
Steph Houghton with the free kick, she goes low into the far corner.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up next, Test Match Special. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including international cricket with Test Match Special.
Listen to this noise. We're right up in the roof.
bowls. That's driven. Lovely shot from Stone. He's timed that really well.
Anderson goes in and bowls, and that is edged and caught behind.
T20 and one-day internationals.
Takes a couple of strides and then pumps his arms and legs, approaches us, bowls, he's bowled in, and Zampa has gone.
Plus, the ICC Cricket World Cup and highlights and analysis from the biggest matches across the cricketing calendar.
Shrubsole in now, bowls for bowser! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up next, Test Match Special. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including Formula One.
He's about to do his first ever Formula One start. All the drivers are now lined up at the front of this Albert Park circuit. The Australian fans are all on their feet.
With full coverage of practice rounds and qualifying.
Max Verstappen then across the line to start his flying lap. The sparks fly from underneath the Red Bull in the pitch darkness of the Singapore night. Here comes Vettel, faster still.
Plus, live action and analysis from across the F1 calendar.
All 5 lights are on and the first Grand Prix of the season is go.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up next, Test Match Special. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now, bowls for bowser! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, rugby league.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up next, Test Match Special. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including tennis.
Serves, big serve.
This to take it all the way.
And the screaming and the roaring and the come on, still going.
With live coverage from every Grand Slam.
Nadal celebrates another straight sets victory. First couple of rounds safely negotiated.
Serena and her elder sister Venus Williams are making the walk of champions.
Every single one of these Grand Slam wins means so much.
Plus ATP Tour Finals and Davis Cup.
What an extraordinary spectacle. This does not feel like it can be happening.
Well, what a time. The longest and the most intense rally of the match.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up next, Test Match Special. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Curran comes in over the wicket. He's bowled in and England win! Amazing from Tom Curran. He picks up 5 wickets, jumps in the air.
Athletics, swimming, tennis.
Hallett's back and into the net! And at last, Caroline Wozniacki is a Grand Slam champion.
Rugby league, Formula One, golf.
Good speed. Oh, it does more than a 360. That is a wicked one.
Rugby union.
It's intercepted by Johnny May, and May's going to score, no question.
Boxing, football.
Steph Houghton with a free kick. She goes low into the far corner.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up next, Test Match Special. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including Rugby League, with live commentary from the Super League.
Maguire with a kick, and it's Cuthbertson who's on the chase. What about that?
There's an element of anticipation, of excitement. My word, bring it on.
The Challenge Cup, NRL and Super League Super 8.
Tries this time. Luke Gale has won it for Castleford.
There's places that you go in this game, and this is unbelievable.
Plus, International Rugby League.
They've got numbers outside. McGilvray with a chance, and McGilvray will score. Brilliant England move.
When they start to put it together, when they start to get in the groove, they're going to score points.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up next, Test Match Special. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including Rugby Union, with live coverage from the English Premiership, the Challenge Cup and Pro 14s.
What a long overhead pass. Oh, it's taken there by Nathan Hughes. He's up to the line and over.
An opponent, lovely ball from Farrell to Jamie George, who's seen some space, and George is under the post.
Plus, international fixtures, including the Six Nations, Rugby World Cup and Autumn Internationals.
The underdogs have barked loudly.
What a take though! It's taken by Gareth Davis. Gareth Davis is going to go and go and go. Interception from Gareth Davis. He's run 3/4 of the length of the field.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up next, Test Match Special. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Both for Bolger! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, Rugby League.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby Union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
I'm Jonathan Agnew, and welcome to our coverage of the final day of the 5th Test here at Edgbaston. We'll have all the build-up from 10:15, but first, here are the highlights of yesterday. 125 for 3. Here's the first ball of the 4th day of this match. Pujara's on strike, Anderson bowls to him, and he lets that go by outside the off stump. There's a little suggestion of a bit of swing there from Anderson, but not very much. Anderson over the wicket, bowls, and a good shot from Pujara. A little bit short there from Anderson, and just enough width for Pujara to flick that away through point. Nice stroke. Anderson. There's another lovely flick this time through the leg side from Pujara. Long chase for Stokes. And the ball just keeps running and rolling down towards the Hollies stand. There's a lot of Indian support. You can hear them this morning. Yeah, these runs are coming, and whereas Pujara was so patient yesterday, obdurate really, just in setting up the platform. He's played some good shots this morning. Root round the wicket, bowls, punt, leans back, cuts for 4. Broad had no chance of stopping that. It's gone well behind square. Another excitable cheer goes up from the Indian supporters.
Here's Anderson in again. Bowles and Pujara this time a genuine edge, but all along the ground, and it'll run away down towards third man. Leach is giving chase. The ball will probably just win it. Yes, he does. So 4 runs to Pujara. Not the most elegant looking 4 runs, but effective nevertheless. 150 comes up for India with those 4. It's 152 for 3. Here's Broad into Pujara now. Comes in Bowles, and Pujara slams this, and he's straight down the throw to backward point. He is livid. He's gone. England has struck. Broad has struck. And Pujara really gifting his wicket there. So uncharacteristic, but England have the breakthrough. Pujara's gone. 153 for 4. Anderson. to Pant now. 2 slips and a gully. Wait outside the off stump behind the stumps. Bowls, and this time Pant has pulled it handsomely. What a lovely shot. Controlled right in the place and in the slot that he wanted it. Timed it perfectly and finds the mid-wicket boundary. Brought into Iyer. Iyer cuts, and this time he cuts firmly. Didn't get hold of it, but enough to have it well over the slip cordon down to third man for 4 runs. 163 for 4. Shreyas Iyer's come out in a mindset that seems Pant-like. He's just playing his shots, and as long as it comes off, it comes off, but he's not inspiring a lot of confidence.
Broad bowls edged and dropped. Difficult one. That second slip and they pinch a single. It's away to Zach Crawley's left. The bowler seemed to have followed him around in this test match. It would have been a really good catch if he'd snaffled that one. But it was catchable, but very difficult. Low to his left-hand side, thick edge. And Crawley got his wrist to it. It was a third slip catch, really, but there is no third slip, so Crawley had to go for it. Potts, it's in his 10th over, no wicket for 25, past the umpire now, and bowls, full, and Iyer drives for 4 more. To the left of cover this time. He's shown a real willingness to take it on, Shreyas Iyer. Broad to Pant. Pant turns that away down towards fine leg. This could be his half-century. It will be. It's 4. Nothing the fine leg fielder can do to get round. And Pant is at it again. 52 to him. It's been relatively conservative by Pant's standards, this innings, but very effective. He's not looked in much trouble. He's stroked it around nicely. I wonder whether we're going to see the onslaught later. He's perfectly capable of it. So we've got 5-4 onside field, 4 of them back. Deep third, fine leg, deep back with square leg, deep forward square leg, and a mid-wicket and a mid-on. There's 1 slip in, so there is no mid-off. So it's all going to be short here. It's got to be. Potts bowls short and swung away, and it's gone to mid-wicket and it's caught. Would you believe it? Shreyas Iyer out for 19. Caught by Anderson at mid-wicket, and the plan has worked. Iyer taking it on and holding out to mid-wicket. 190 for 5.
Leach's first ball to punt. He's gone for a big sweep, and he's got it perfectly positioned to the right of the short fine leg, the left of square leg, down to the boundary for 4. That's a shot of terrific invention. The first ball that he's faced from Leach, he's moved right across his stumps and taken a ball that by rights should have been nowhere near the leg side, and managed to manufacture. Wow, that is about 4 feet outside the off stump. He's ended up on the ground, which is where Punt seems to be most comfortable a lot of the time when he's batting. He gets 4 more, moves to 57. He'll be eyeing up twin hundreds here, I would think.
He's got a bit to work with, Jack Leach, so, as you say, it's interesting. Could go anywhere.
LBW will be tricky. Oh, now he's got Don! Got him! Reverse sweep! Caught by Root. That's a spectacular wicket. So, he'd gone for the reverse and punt, and somehow it has managed to deflect off his bat and gone to slip. It is, I don't know quite now exactly how it's got. There might have come off a bit of glove, but Leach has got his man. Punt is not going to get twin centuries. India have lost their 6th wicket, and Leach should maybe have been bowling a little bit earlier. He's getting exaggerated turn. So, talk us through this. Oh, no, he's got the back of the bat.
The face of the bat?
Near the sticker.
Face of the bat.
The face of the bat, near the sticker, and whacked it so fine it's gone sharply to Root, who pouches the catch.
Good catch.
I've never seen a wicket like that.
No, not really. Fantastic catch. And well bowled Jack Leach as well. You've got to have some. You've got to be brave. You know, just because Pad's taken you down a couple of times, you've got to keep, jamming it into that rough stuff. Anything can happen about it. So I'm glad that he finally got a bowl, and he's got his man, and that will do him no end of confidence, because he has had some harsh treatment from Rishabh Pant, but that's good captaincy and good bowling.
Now look at this field. 3 men out for the hook shot as Potts runs in, bowls short. Thacker still takes it on. It's in the air down to long leg, and the catch taken is hold out. That's not a great piece of cricket, I'll be honest. There's 3 men out for the hook. Absolutely set up. Thakur took it on, and okay, you might say he's only failed by a couple of yards to hit it for 6, but the challenge was set, the trap was set. He's got a top edge, and Crawley's taken the catch Potts goes round the wicket and bowls. Oh, there's a thick edge. Oh, he's been dropped. Jadeja's been dropped by Anderson at a second attempt at cover. He got a leading thick edge, trying to work the ball away into the onside. It was high to Anderson. He got one hand well to it. Then the ball came out of that hand. It almost got the rebound as it fell to the ground. Leach bowls to him. Back he goes, chops it away and beats the man. Pope, a backward point. Short ball from Leach. It's been dispatched by Shami. It's gone down to a squarish third man. Potts bowls, and that's flicked away into the leg side by Jadeja. How many will they get? Bairstow's running in, picks the ball up, throws towards the bowler's end. Oh, to a direct hit. And I think Shami might have gone there. It was a whistling throw. Potts over the wicket, bowls another bouncer, and there's runs here. 4 of them. Don't like this. It's a hook shot. The ball flies off an edge, past the keeper. And fine leg couldn't get there. The ball could go anywhere.
Yeah, one of the fielders back on the leg side. He's not all the way back. He's 3/4. Here is Stokes. Bowls another short ball, and Shami pulls it, and he's going to be caught by that man. Yeah, 3/4 the way back. And Shami's fallen into that trap as well. Stokes stands there, raises one hand to say, well, I knew that was going to happen. It was very straightforward. And it was, in a way. So Shami out for 13. India are 8 down. And Ben Stokes picks up his first wicket, second wicket, in this second innings.
Yeah, just a slightly better bouncer there, just a fraction fuller, so it ended up, rather than the ball before going over his head this time, just up around that awkward eye line. Shami knew it was coming. He was kind of dancing around in his crease, and then feet just kind of dried up really and just swiveled around and placed an easy catch in the end. So England doing the right thing here in terms of they had to take wickets. We weren't sure what was going to happen, but so far 5 today. They need to keep going.
Stokes bowls short, and Bumrah keeps the ball out of his body just. He was heading for his rib cage, managed to push it away into the offside, and then he pays the most extravagant pull shot, and we might see that coming out the next time. Here's Leach tossing this right up. Bumrah is struck on the pass, shout for LBW. Leach wants this, but I just wonder whether it was going down the leg side. Did he get it to straighten enough? How many reviews have England got left?
2.
Are they going to go for it? The clock's ticking. I think Stokes says no, I think this is going down. He just didn't do enough.
They did show the ball tracking. It suggested it would have been out if referred.
Really?
Oh, really?
Pitched on leg, straightened, and would have hit.
Jadeja, so his bat weight slip and a gully or a 4th slip. Bowls, and this time he's bowled him. Jadeja's dragged it on, looking to cut. The ball came back just a bit and then dragged onto his stumps. That's the end of Ravindra Jadeja, and now the end of the Indian innings is clearly imminent because Shiraz clearly isn't anything great with the bat. But here's Stokes' 3rd wicket. India 236 for 9, and Stokes celebrates just too close to chop it down. Bottom edged it onto his stumps, and he's walking back.
Yeah, excellent line there because of the angle that Stokes creates from his high release point. He was just able to just, I think he thought he might have just gone for the 4th stump line, but actually just kept tailing back in, tried to do too much with it. Maybe even rushed him a little bit for pace. Stokes' bowling has stepped up, actually. First innings, he was pounding away at that short ball. It wasn't as effective, but he's been much tighter with his line. He's been a bit more venomous and used that wicket where it's got the bounce. So now a chance to wrap things up even before the new ball comes.
Absolutely, may not need the new ball. Stokes again in bowls, and this time Bumrah's connected. Connected rather well. Stokes takes a tumble and the umpire raises his hands. That's a 6 for the Indian captain. Brings the Indian supporters to their feet. India moves to 245 in the total to 377. Here's Stokes into Bumrah again. Comes in once again short, and once again he's here. This one's in the air. Fielder's interested. This could be the end of it. It is. And so Ben Stokes gets his 4th. India have been bowled out for 245 in the 82nd over. And as England rush off the field, they'll be fairly satisfied, one thinks. The target, 378 to level the series.
He's in now, rushing away from us into Lees. Lees, has come down a wicket and has flicked him through the onside for what is going to be 4. What? I've not seen Lees ever do that. Shammy's very happy with that. It was like as Ben Stokes suddenly invaded Alex Lees' body there. Because you don't see Lees leave his crease. Shammy is into him. And he leaves the ball at the last minute that so narrowly misses middle and leg stump.
Did that actually miss the leg stump? He left the ball. Did it swing as much as that?
I think it did. The naked eye. I'm waiting for the replay, but has that gone over sort of middle and leg in the end? Yeah, it's gone over middle. It's gone over middle stump, slightly towards the leg side of the middle stump, and it has missed the top of the stump by whisker. Lees. It's on fine. Flicks it away for 4. Is that off pad or bat? It's off bat. And it's ill-directed by Bumrah on the pads, and it's rushed away down to the boundary. So the score's 22 without loss, but Bumrah gets another chance to bowl at Crawley. And Crawley clips this away for 4, out through square leg. It was shortish on the hip, and all he had to do was turn his wrists on it and beat the fielder Jadeja just in front of square on the leg side. And England have not lost a wicket to the 7th/8th ball of an over. Instead, they've picked up 4 runs, 26 without loss. Crawley to 7, Lees to 18.
Crawley over his bat on 14. In goes Shammy. He bowls to him very full. He's driven him down the ground. Excellent stroke. Absolutely in the right position. No flourish of a follow-through. Just a very well-controlled straight drive. 41 for no wicket. Well, so let's see how Jadeja goes. A mop of hair. In he comes and bowls, and Lees is straight down the pitch and drives him for 4. He didn't even have a look. Danced down the pitch. And I hit that really crisply too. New bat or not, he's drilled that between bowler and mid-off. There's a statement. There's Jadeja. Oh, he's played a reverse sweep. Wants need sort of an identity parade out there. I'd like to see that man out there take his helmet off. Is that Alex Lees? He's come dancing down the pitch and drilled Jadeja for 4, and now he's reverse swept him for 4. Terrific cricket. It's 53 for no wicket. So Jadeja comes in and bowls to Lees, who hits that in the air, down towards deep square leg, and it's safe. It's got more to that mid-wicket area we were talking about in the previous over, and I think probably they'll make a man out there now, because that shot is on for Lees, for the left-hander. And if there's a man out there, obviously it's a more dangerous stroke to play, but indeed they've left the man there now. Shubman Gill is out there. 57 for no wicket.
Sirajian bowls, and this time Lees worked his way down beautifully. What he did by coming down the wicket, he made Siraj shorten the length, didn't he? And then all he had to do was wait for it and comfortably glided down for 4 runs wide of backward point. Sirajian. And Lees was uppercut that effortlessly. That was a gift of a boundary in a manner of speaking, because it was short, it was wide, and all that Lees did was just got bat on ball and comfortable boundary. Reverse sweep attempted, it's gone up in the air. There's a big question. The Indians think they've got him. Crawley is unmoved. What's happened here? Umpire Aleem Dar is walking across to have a word with umpire Kettleborough. The Indians feel very confident. I don't see anything in Crawley's body language to suggest that he might have hit that. The ball hit something and then just ballooned up to be taken at silly point.
Nothing from Crawley, really. He doesn't even look nervous or worried. They're going to have to go upstairs.
A soft signal is out.
Ooh.
From Aleem Dar.
He's in it into the ground.
Okay, it's clearly hit that. Do you have another angle for me to...
I think there is something on the surface there, Ebbs, that shows the ball's hit the ground and the boot.
There's a puff of dust.
So umpire Rasmus in our ears there, Ebony. So clearly not out is the call. So conclusive evidence to overrule the soft signal as the rules require.
Siraj into Lees. He punches through the covers. He's going to get runs here. It's running away towards the boundary. They've run 2. Come back for a 3rd. The fielder can't claw it back. It's 50 for Lees. And it's come in double quick time from just 44 balls. It's been the most dynamic innings. It's his 2nd time he's passed 50 in his 7th Test match. He waves his bat to a cheering crowd. The stands are filled with people on their feet Tacker into Crawley, who drives majestically through extra cover for 4. He's kept that shot in the locker for the most part in this innings, but Tacker, his pace was perhaps a little too tempting. Mohamed Siraj is in, and Crawley drives through the covers for 4. Wonderful shot. Right out of the middle of the bat, he got it between point and extra cover. And it's sped along the turf. Siraj into Crawley, who clips it through mid-wicket. That's going to go for 4 as well. Got a big stride in, played it slightly around that front pad, got it right out of the middle of the bat. And mid-wicket and mid-on could do nothing about it. Brace the boundaries. Crawley to 35, England 89 without loss.
Shot of the day for me, that was the in-swinger from Siraj. And he's taken that, we just had a little shimmy down the pitch and taken that from about off stump. Whippage through mid-wicket. I mean, right off the meat of the bat as well.
Tacker into Crawley. Crawley drives firmly back past the bowler. It's going to run up to the boundary for 4. It's a lovely off drive. He's played some super shots in this innings. One that made Ebony Rain for Brent Purr, one that's made Philip Tufnell say shot of the match. I don't know where you rate that one, but it's another beauty.
It is beauty. Elegant, as you say. Just a lovely free swing of the bat. It just looks a little bit more nimble at the crease, doesn't he?
Tacker's into him, and he drives through the covers for 4 more. What a shot that was. Wow. To the left of extra cover, all along the ground. That wasn't a half volley either. That was just a sumptuous, delicious shot.
Siraj bowls to Crawley. There is a straight ball which he whips away. It's a nice looking shot out towards deep mid-wicket, and the roar from the crowd is because these two have produced their first ever century partnership in Test cricket. Bumrah passed on by Kettleborough into bowl to Crawley, and Crawley lets that go and he's bowled. There we go, there's the wicket. Crawley leaving it, and Bumrah got one to come back, and he's knocked back his off stump. Well, it's been a fine opening partnership, but India have got their wicket, and now we can hear their supporters around this ground. Just what they needed, and shortly before the tea interval as well. Bumrah back for an over or 2, and he's got the wicket, wouldn't you know it? And the intensity level has gone up here a notch. Here's Shami going into bowl to Lees, who drives and misses. Ball outside the off stump. This time Pant throws the ball at the stumps and hits Lees. And that's fair enough, because he was looking for the stumps and it just missed the leg stump and hit him on the back of the leg.
That last over before tea, the noise, the tension, the hostility out there. Well, it was absolutely something to behold. It was brilliant. You could feel it. You could almost reach out and touch it. Let's see if it continues after the break. Here's the first ball. Bumrah's on his way. And bowls on. Pope's caught behind. A swish of the bat. He hammers it into his pad. He's out to the first ball after the break. A little fiddly little nibble outside the off stump. And England lose their second wicket. A nondescript sort of a shot, really, as Bumrah just bowled it in the channel. And Pant clutched the ball. Bumrah leapt sky high. And a dejected Pope is walking off for a duck. It's 107 for 2. Lees comes forward, drives, gets inside edge. Root's bustling down to this end. Lees is going to be run out. Oh dear. Root calling for the run. I think Lees was busy looking where the ball had gone because it was a false shot. He was slow responding. And he's been run out for a second time in successive test matches. Good throw to the far end. You can see there the direction for the fielder, Shami. Throw to the bowler's end, which he did. Jadeja grabbed it, and Lees didn't even bother trying to run his bat in. He was so far out. What a start to this session. It's 109 for 3. A disconsolate McCullum I can see sitting there on the balcony. It's a very good innings from Lees, 56 from 65 balls. And he's showing his back, but in a sorrowful sort of a way. Jadeja again bowls. Oh, Bairstow gives himself some room there, steers into the offside. He's beaten the point fieldsman. And not for the first time, they're going to say that's beautifully timed. It's only his second ball. And he steered that off the back foot, square through the offside. Again, he stepped away, gave himself some room. He showed the bowler his stumps. But they seem to be in a mindset now that these runs have got to be got tonight.
Bumrah in, bowls, and Root plays it nicely. He's timed it beautifully. Might even beat the fielder there. He does, in fact. Beautifully timed, just straying onto those pads again. And Siraj has no chance of getting their 4 important runs to Root and to England. Jadeja in again, bowls, and this time Root sweeps with a big appeal. Jadeja pleading.
Can't give that.
Rishabh Pant will have to decide. The key question will have to be, where did it pitch? Jadeja.
Unless it's an in-swinger. Unless it's an in-swinger, you can't really get...
Well, they've gone for the review.
Oh, OK, let's have a look now.
There we go. In line, pitching outside, pitching outside, pitching outside.
Pitching outside leg, Aleem, so you can stay with your decision. I'll tell you when you're on screen. On screen now, signal.
Well, clearly pitching outside. I mean, I shouldn't say this, but I did call.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
And it's Pant, isn't it? The wicket keeper really has got to make that call. The bowler's bowled the delivery and gone away.
Yeah.
So he's always going to think that he's got his man.
Yeah.
But India have just blown a review.
Yeah.
Shami to Root, goes in, bowls, and Root works it away off the back foot wristily. He'll get 4 runs for it. He's timed it once again absolutely brilliantly, and no chance for the man at backward point. 4 more to the total, 4 more to Root. He's up to 16, and England 132 for 3. Here's Shami into Root, bowls, and he struck him on the pad on the back foot. There's a big appeal. I think it's too high. The umpire's finger staying down. It did jag back in there, Tuffers, but I think it was a bit high.
That's close. If he hasn't hit it, I'd say that's pretty close.
He went onto the back foot. It jagged back in. I think it's hit him on the back leg.
Yeah, that's close.
Well, they chose not to review, or it is. Oh, they have reviewed
Chief Umpire to Director, we have a player's review for LBW, original decision not out. And it's missing the stumps, Richard, so you can stay with your decision. I'll tell you when you're on screen.
It was middle stump all the way, jagged back, but going over by about an inch.
Here's Shami into Joe Root now. He's in, he bowls, and Root comes forward and whips it through the onside. Beautiful shot, they'll run away for 4. No chance for Mayank Agarwal, who's running behind it. And that's 4 more runs to England and to Root. Root goes to 20, and England 136 now for 3.
Jadeja bowls to Root, who plays a little over-the-shoulder number there, flicking it away. It's going down fine. Shami's after it. He gives it up. It's gone for 4. Delicate from Root. I mean, Root plays that little paddle shot again. He's going to get 4 more, but it came off the edge that time. It's actually curled round and gone behind the first slip. Siraj is into the attack, bowls to Bairstow, crashes him through the offside for 4.
That's a scorcher.
That's the Johnny Bairstow of the first innings, and of Headingley and of Trent Bridge. And the 150's up. 153 for 3, Bairstow to 14. Siraj 4 wickets in the first innings, yet to take one in the second. Goes in now and bowls to Bairstow, edges. Oh, it's gone through. Slip, it's gone for 4. They went very quickly, but it was at a catchable height to Vihari. Went straight through his hands.
217 more to win. 161 for 3. Jadeja again sweeps back his hair, bowls to Root, sweeps this very hard, challenging the fielder to our left. He can't get there. Enormous belly flop by Mohammad Siraj. He really flung himself at that. It was like someone learning to dive at the swimming pool.
Haven't heard that for a long time.
Siraj runs in, bowls Timmins down the leg side, flicks it very fine, challenging the fielder down there. He can't get there. In the old-fashioned way, Shami's trying to stick a boot on it. Daku in to the upright Bairstow. That's on the pads. That's flicked away. Is that going to get between the 2 fielders? It does, despite the dive of Mohammad Siraj, who had to run a long way round from fine leg to long leg, but he put in the dive and he couldn't quite reach the ball. 4 more to Bairstow in England. 186 for 3. Bairstow now moves to 29. Siraj is in now, starting a new over from the pavilion end into Bairstow. He pulls vigorously through mid-wicket and out into the Hollies stand for 4. Towards it at any rate. Short, dragged down. And England are now over halfway to their target. 191 for 3. Here comes Shardul Thakur.
And dabs one into the offside. They're scampering through for a single, and they will get there, and this time it is 50 for Joe Root. The 82nd time he's reached that milestone in Test cricket. He is a truly terrific cricketer. He's getting applause all round the ground.
There's Jadeja into Root, and Root drives beautifully. He's going to get 4 runs for it. No question. Shubman Gill gives up the chase. Just a little bit inside out, and beautifully played.
Shami in his 10th over, yet to take a wicket, moves in, bowls to Bairstow. It's wide, crashed away by Bairstow, out towards the deep point boundary, chases on, it's unsuccessful, it's gone for 4. Bairstow moves to 47, Root rather, drives through the offside for 4 from Bumrah, full and wide, and Root puts him away. Back with Mohammed Shami, going into bowl to Bairstow. Bairstow turns it away, back of the square. That's his 50. Might well pick up 2. Yes, he ambles back for the second. A low punch of the glove from Johnny Bairstow. It's another half century, of course it is. This is the summer of Johnny Bairstow. The best he's ever played in red ball cricket. And at the moment, he's helping England to what seemed to be an unlikely victory when they set off in pursuit of 378. Siraj bowls to Bairstow, another short ball. Bairstow goes for it. He's hit this over the fielder's head. That deep back with square leg has gone for 6. Well, big boundary out there, but he is seeing it so well and timing it so well. It felt like a risk. He knew what was coming from Siraj. Just a question of whether he could clear the deep field, and he did.
Bumrah comes in through the sunshine. And Bairstow drives off a thick edge. That's going to run down towards the deep third boundary for 4. That wasn't where Bairstow intended. Here's Bumrah, last ball of the day. It sways out of the way of it, does Bairstow, and instantly walks off. He's done his job as far as he's concerned. He gets to come back tomorrow with England needing 119 more runs to record their highest 4th innings chase in the history of their Test cricket. It didn't look likely at 109 for 3, but this partnership has got them right back in it and has made them probably favourites to pull off an extraordinary series levelling win. But the caveat is that Bairstow and Root will have to start again tomorrow. Have to begin their innings all over again. Bumrah, Shami, Siraj and co will have had their feet up, and the WinViz predictor at the close of play today has England at 76%.
With Mohammed Shami going into bowl to Bairstow. Bairstow turns it away, back of the square. That's his 50. Might well pick up 2. Yes, he ambles back for the second. A low punch of the glove from Johnny Bairstow. It's another half century, of course it is. This is the summer of Johnny Bairstow. The best he's ever played.
And good morning, everyone. Welcome to Edgbaston. Are we watching history in the making, I wonder? Can England score the 119 more runs they need to record their highest 4th innings run chase in Test history? If they do, they'll level this series. Or can India regroup and take the 7 wickets they need to complete a 3-1 victory, which we'll find out in the course of this morning. It feels as if it'll end round about lunchtime either way, but there's great excitement, anxiety too, I suspect, amongst both teams. A lot at stake today, although I say that, and looking down there I can see a number of the England players playing keepy-uppy with a football, including Stuart Broad and others, so they don't look terribly stressed. Jack Leach is down there, but I've seen Johnny Bairstow and Joe Root having lots of throwdowns and getting themselves organised so they can continue their partnership of 150. The grounds has got its heavy roller out. That's what England have chosen to apply this morning. It's quite a heavy cloud overhead. I don't think it's threatening. It's quite a cool morning. So I think the first thing I do is to check in with Ben Rich, who's on weather duty today. And what's in store, Ben? Good morning.
Morning to you. Yeah, you mentioned the cloud. There is a lot of cloud around, and while I don't think it looks too threatening, it's the sort of cloud that could just give the odd spot of drizzle in the breeze over the next couple of hours as it drifts southwards. So I wouldn't rule out just a little bit of dampness in the air, not anything much in the way of rain. But on balance, it stays dry, and actually as we go through lunchtime into the afternoon, that risk of drizzle will decline, and actually it should start to brighten up. So if we are still playing into the late afternoon, at least then we should get to see a bit of sunshine. Temperatures up to around 19 degrees later on. So yeah, maybe the odd spot of drizzle, but nothing worse than that.
Fingers crossed. Thank you, Ben, very much indeed. We don't want rain to spoil this. And the cloud is fairly high. It's just solid. And a bit of brightness there to the right and so on. So fingers crossed that we shall be all right as far as that's concerned. The crowd coming in, and those, about 18,000 tickets vanished yesterday in the course of an hour, which is extraordinary. I mean, it's been the sort of the atmosphere around all of Test cricket this summer, and these free seats, these free opportunities to come is just fantastic. So it is going to be full. It takes a little bit of time for that to happen, of course. I'll chat to Tuffers and to Deep in a second, but first of all, let's check in with the England camp, shall we? Jimmy Anderson has been talking to Simon Mann.
Well, Jimmy, a tremendous sense of anticipation, excitement around the ground this morning. How do you see it?
It's just a day that's really set up for some entertaining cricket, I think. We're delighted with the position that we're in after a couple of tricky days at the start of the game to get our way back in it. With the ball yesterday firstly, getting those 7 wickets for about 120. And then, the way we started with the bat was incredible with the 2 openers and Johnny and Joe coming in and just doing their thing, really. And, we're in a really exciting position. Obviously, it's not going to be plain sailing today. We realise that it's going to be a tough task against a quality bowling attack. But we feel like we've got the players obviously in the middle at the minute, and also in the dressing room that can do it.
A great sense of momentum last night. How do you get that going again this morning?
Yeah, well, I think we've tried to, throughout the Test matches so far this summer, we've tried to be aggressive and show intent with the bat. But at times you've got to soak up some pressure. So maybe, I think India will come hard at us this morning. We'll have to soak up a little bit of pressure if we can, and then find a time to try and put the pressure back on them.
If you were to get there, a record chase, what would that mean to this team?
Well, I just think the journey we've been on so far this summer has been an incredible one. We've set quite a few records, I think, already. The chases that we've had in the Test against New Zealand has just built so much confidence in the group. And we believe that, when we came to the ground yesterday with the ball, we weren't really conscious of the runs that we were giving away because there was so much time left in the game. Ben and Brendan were sort of saying we'll chase down anything on this wicket, so we just needed to get those wickets, and we were aggressive and attacking with the plans that we set. Managed to get them relatively cheaply, and now we're in a position where we could potentially get a record chase. So whether we get there or not, I think the sort of, as I said, the journey we're on, I think is an amazing thing. We've tried to entertain the crowd as well, and that'll continue. So yeah, regardless of the result today, I think there's so many positives that we can take forward in this Test team.
You've been playing in this team for 20 years. Can you quite believe what you're experiencing at the moment?
No, it's amazing. It makes me want to play for another 20 years. It's so much fun playing in this team. Not just out on the field, in the dressing room, where it just feels like a really nice environment, and one where you feel like you can flourish as a cricketer. And then out on the field, just giving the faith and trust from the coach and captain to go and do your thing the way you want to do it, is just a really sort of incredible feeling, and I think everyone's enjoying it.
You normally get great backing from the crowd here at Edgbaston. There are allegations of racism racism against India supporters. Yes, there's going to be a full house today. What would you say to the people who are coming along today?
Well, obviously that's unacceptable. There's no room for that at all in society. Never mind at a cricket ground like this. It's such a shame as well because the atmosphere throughout the week has been incredible. We've had great support. Both teams have had great support, and obviously a minority. Yesterday have been accused of racism, so it's just completely unacceptable, and we hope today we won't see any of that. We'll just see two sets of supporters supporting their teams on the way to a Test victory, so that's all we can hope for.
And a final point, Jim, hoping not to play today?
Absolutely, I want my feet up all day, but I'll have a few hits this morning in case I'm called upon. I've never hit the winning runs in a test match, so maybe that'll be today. Hope not. Hope we can do it more comfortably than that.
All the best. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Let's hope so. Just to sort of clarify what Jim Anderson was talking about, there have been some disappointing stories that came out last night concerning allegations of racism towards some Indian supporters. One social media account described disgusting racism with some of the worst abuse we've ever experienced on a match. Well, Stuart Kane, the chief executive here, has said, having seen the initial tweets, I've spoken personally to the gentleman who raised them, and we're now speaking to the stewards in this area to establish what happened. Nobody should be subject to any form of abuse at Edgbaston. The ECB also released a statement saying they're very concerned to hear reports of racist abuse at today's test match. We're in contact with colleagues at Edgbaston who will investigate. So let's hope that everyone who comes here today can just relax and enjoy it. It felt like a terrific atmosphere here yesterday. Obviously from this distance you can't see what's going on in various parts of the ground, but well, you know, this is a place for everyone to come and to enjoy the cricket, whoever you're supporting, and that should be the way that it should be today. 16,000 people or thereabouts coming in with free tickets, so it should be a really almost like a carnival in here, each supporting who they want to support, and that's the end of it. Tuffers.
Morning.
Let's start with you then.
Yes, morning everyone.
What... I mean, England, do you think they are favourites here? I mean, I don't know. Do they get a bit tighter? Is it the closer you get? Do they think about records? I don't know. What do you think? Well, 119 with 7 wickets left.
It's
on a good pitch.
It's still a few to get. You don't want to lose a couple early, and then that panic sort of start spreading through the dressing room. I'm sure these guys would have talked about that, and they'll just go out there, and think, it's just, it's looked so routine, hasn't it? That's what's amazed me. I was sitting back last night. Thinking
with sausage and mash,
with my sausage and mash and me pint, yes. And I was thinking to myself, wow, I mean, I've witnessed some amazing run chases, and it just keeps getting better and better and better, and this one is going to cap them all, and I just haven't been able to fathom it out really, but it's been so exciting to watch, and as I said, it's just the way they've gone about it has just been sublime. There's been no fret, no sort of anxiety or anything like that. So I expect the guys to come out here and get themselves in, and then express themselves and knock it off.
Teams have scored 400, haven't they? Andy, it's not unique in Test cricket for this sort of total to be overhauled, but it would be unique for England to do it.
Yes, England's current highest.
Hang on, we'll just tune into Andy.
It'll be history, Aggers.
Yes.
It'll be history.
Hello.
Hello, there you are, the other side of the world.
England's highest successful chase was a target 359, that famous game at Headingley when Ben Stokes saw them over the line. There have been... this will be 8th highest on the all-time Test list. The highest was 418, chased by West Indies against Australia in 2003. But quite a few of the chases high up the list have been with not that many wickets down. And as we've seen this summer, England's 3 chases against New Zealand, they averaged 67 runs per wicket. So it's clearly that this season's pitches have not been deteriorating. Generally, that's a bit of a trend across global cricket, but we are seeing extraordinary achievements.
Warm up here. Come on, Deep. What's India going to do? They looked a bit not ragged. That's unkind. Heads dropped, I think, in that last hour yesterday.
Definitely yes. And it was disappointing. I mean, obviously, you can have this long partnership. You're talking about quality players here. It's just that how India reacted to that. You can have these, blistering knocks like Alex Lees played yesterday, but then it's the reaction, and boils down to how do you react to something like that, and the reaction wasn't something that most of us, I guess, were expecting. Was quite defensive. So obviously today, irrespective if whatever happens, whatever the approach is from the England batters, just attack. If England goes on to win this game in 15 overs, so be it. But then let the English batters take some risk, let them play those big shots, not give easy singles like they did yesterday. And a couple of early wickets, there'll be quite a few, I can assure you, quite a few sweaty palms in that dressing room, English dressing room.
Of course. I wonder how Jasprit Bumrah slept last night. I mean, it's this huge responsibility being Indian captain. You're carrying all of these hopes and dreams on your shoulders as well. It's his first game as a stand, and he's got all this going on.
Plus, 370 plus being chased down.
Yes.
When you're the leader of the pack. So, they've done differently, and I'm sure they've got plans for today, whatever it might be. But I just hope we see some attacking cricket here from the Indians as well.
We shall find out. The umpires are on their way. Thank you, Deep. We'll catch up with you later on. The Indians are actually in a huddle down here, just 10 yards or so over the boundary rope. They're being circled by a cameraman with a very expensive looking piece of equipment there. He's hovering around, getting tight into that circle. No sign of the batsman yet, but they'll be here any moment. Messrs Root and Bairstow. There's a couple of flags here. The St George's Cross waving for those two to come running out, which they will do any second now. And the umpires are ready to go. I think everybody's ready to go, but the batsmen are still waiting. Here they come. Little touch of the gloves I saw there. And the two Yorkshiremen, Bairstow and Root, make their way onto the field. Joe Root sprinting on, actually. He overtook Johnny Bairstow there quite comfortably. And he's sidestepping and skipping out into the middle. He's almost reached it already.
This is exciting.
Like this stuff, isn't it?
This is exciting, Hackett. This is exciting.
I think somehow as a batsman, you just got to just slip into where you were yesterday.
Absolutely.
Because they just played so easily and so calmly, picking off those runs. I know Deep was quite frustrated yesterday. The singles that were able to be picked up here and there, the momentum was actually quite easy to maintain yesterday.
It was indeed, and Joe Root is an absolute master at that, isn't he? If he's on that offside, he just sort of chonks it into that backward point for 1 or 2. Anything straight, 1 or 2, puts the bad ball away. Very difficult to contain, even with defensive fields. And then you've got the power of Johnny Bairstow. The men that were back on the fence couldn't get to it, you know.
No.
So it was just like an avalanche, wasn't it? Just runs just kept cascading down on, and it was sort of like I can't stop it, and they just did it so beautifully. But as we all know, in the morning, you've got to get yourself in, and if Bumrah gets one to go and an outside edge or something like that, lose a couple of quick ones, it could. I don't know. I'm just going to.
Well, look, there's 98 overs.
I know.
119. It's 1 and over. You can knock them off.
I'm glad I'm not in that dressing room.
Knock them off at about 6:15 this evening.
It'd be amazing.
Do you think?
Yeah. Well, I tell you what I might do. Another thing I was thinking.
Right.
Because you know that you don't like to move anywhere or anything or do anything like that. So I just might sit here quietly. I know it's not going to be particularly very good for radio, and just watch it, if that's all right.
What, all the time?
Not saying anything.
No, you are going to say something. You're going to help me out. Right, let's have a look. Actually, funnily enough, this is an identical field. Bumrah's going to bowl. It's Siraj.
Strange.
I'm surprised by this.
Yeah, I would have gone with Deep's philosophy of getting slips in there and going for the. You've got to get wickets if you're India.
But I would have had Bumrah and Shami opening for sure. But anyway, they've got the big gap there in the offside. There's just one slip. This is not the attacking cricket that Deep wanted, by the look of it.
No. Strange.
I am surprised because Siraj is also the more expensive of the seam bowlers. He's bowled 10 overs for 64. In he goes anyway, and he bowls outside the off stump. A quick ball.
Good ball.
And Root swayed and allowed that to go through to the keeper. Well, this is not what we expected. I suspect it's not what England expected either, to be honest. One slip. Mohammad Siraj is the most expensive of the seam bowlers. He's young, he's energetic, he's got a lot of energy, he's fiery, he's hostile. Okay.
It's thrown you, John, isn't it?
It's a bit surprising. He might get a couple of wickets, but it wouldn't have been everyone's choice, I don't think. Siraj again runs in, bowls to Root. There's a quick ball, thumps into his thigh pad. Siraj there joined in the clamour really for an appeal. That was a hostile ball again. It was pacey, and whether they were thinking that, well, let's get everything fired up a bit. We'll bowl quick. But they have only got one review left, India. They burned a couple off yesterday. So
that jagged back.
It did, and it was quick.
Joe Root on the pad before he'd sort of seen it. That was sharp.
Yeah, quick ball. The floodlights are on, so the light's not great. As Siraj again wheels round. He's wearing 73 and goes rushing in again. Oh, well, he was rushing in. I don't think Root was looking, and so Siraj there pulled away. Root was still looking at the ground.
Good conditions to bowl, I guess. Nice cloud covering, not that cold either.
Who would you have started with?
Well, I would have started with Bumrah and Shami.
Yes.
Without a shadow of a doubt. But we're not in that dressing room. Perhaps they have a cunning plan. But I would like to see perhaps more than one slip there.
Yeah, there's 2 out on the leg side boundary. Siraj moves in, bowls, and Roots scores the first run of the day. Working out to Shreyas Iyer, coming in from deep square leg. And so England now need 118 more to win.
I suppose it is a bit awkward, isn't it? Because that total 119, well 118 now, you don't want to leak runs quickly, do you? Because you're still in the game here if you get a couple of wickets, and you score 20 or 30, and you get your couple of wickets, you're in the game. But I just feel, as Deep was saying, that they should be attacking a little bit more. Gully and an extra slip or something.
Yeah. Bairstow on strike, Siraj on the way, runs in, bowls to him, it's fully, drives into the offside, going for a quick singles, a fumble. They should profit from this by one more, they do.
Not a good start.
Poor bit of fielding there. I suspect that's Pujara. He's the usual suspect there in the covers.
Well, John, they rattled them. Simple as that yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah.
They rattled India, and this is a supreme bowling attack. I can assure you of that. World class. And they looked rattled.
Do you think... I'm trying to work out ways why they've come across this, but do you think they're just banking on Siraj or whoever bowls at the other end getting a wicket or two, and then having Shami and Bumrah on if things get a bit tight and nervy and for the lower order?
Yeah, perhaps.
I mean, here's Siraj again, bowling down the leg side, punt leaps to his left and gathers that. There's an optimistic howl from the Indian supporters in the ground, but there was nothing on that at all. 262 for 3, but then you've got to get those wickets to start with. Anyway, they've made this decision, and it may well prove to be the right one. 262 for 3. Bairstow on 74, Root on 77. Bairstow needs 26 to score his 4th Test century in 5 innings. And Andy Zoltzman had fun this morning challenging us to recall who the other 3 who have done it were. I got one, actually, because I read it somewhere fairly recently, I think. In goes Siraj again, bowls, Bairstow waits, knocks it away for a single, and that's the spot where they just got so many yesterday. Nothing's changed.
I don't get that.
I don't get that.
Because that's your best ball. That's your best ball as a seam bowler, and you've got it on a good length. That's hitting the top of off stump, and that's what you're told to do. And then if there's a bit of sideways movement or swing, you're in business, and the batsman has to defend it, and he gets a single for it.
And it's going to go there. It's not going to come up to extra cover.
No.
Because the pace and the length, it's going to go square.
It's your best ball, and they get the single for it.
Yeah.
Anyway, England won't mind that.
No. So back to the 3. We had Wally Hammond, which was the one that I got.
Yes.
And then
what was that, 100 centuries after he was 40?
No.
Oh, no, it was Hutton, wasn't it?
It was Len Hutton.
Oh, that was Len Hutton.
It was Hobbs, actually. And then we've got... Stop leading me on here. Then we've got... I've forgotten the other 2 now. Who are the other 2?
Oh, I know one.
Well, you know one.
Well, I know one.
That was one I was going to test the listener with.
Oh, OK, I won't say anything.
No.
It'll be some effort, anyway.
So it was...
Yes, I said on the highlights, the sensational sizzling summer that Johnny Bairstow is having, and he really is, isn't he?
Did that end up on the floor?
No, it didn't. It made it.
Did it? It was, we were a bit thin for stuff yesterday, I think, from memory. 263 for 3 is the score as Shami bowls outside the off stump. And Bairstow lets it go, but the crowd like that.
This is a strange thing, isn't it? When fast bowlers are captains.
Yep.
Now, Ben Stokes coming in, and we've got to put a hand up for the bowlers here, the bowlers union here. They did really well bundling India out yesterday.
Yes.
And being able to sort of like even think about chasing down a total. And, Bumrah, captain, why, sometimes you don't put yourself on like Ben Stokes does.
I think he should be bowling.
Yeah.
Here comes Shami and bowls on the off stump, and Bairstow leans forward. It's picked up at short cover. 263 for 3. So the other 2...
He's warming up now, I think.
Well, just quickly on Bumrah, he bowled the last over of the day from the far end. It's possible that he could be changing it.
It's a change.
An end changer could be.
And he's warming up at mid-on.
Yeah. So...
There we are.
We had 4 and 5 innings. Andy, come on, back to that again. We had Wally Hammond.
Yes.
263 for 3. Shami on his way, bowls, and back goes Bairstow to the thick inside edge. And ball rolls away out to cover. Yeah, so it could well be that Siraj is going to just have that one effort, and then Bumrah will come on. It would make sense.
Yes.
263 for 3.
It's another two who've scored 4 successive centuries in 5 innings.
Four in 5 innings for England in tests. So Bairstow, were he to make another 25, would join this list currently of 3.
Only 3 people.
Wally.
Wally, with 9 balls in, and we're off for a ball change.
Graham Gooch.
Correct.
Oh, well done, Tuffers.
in his stellar summer of 1990, when he began... it began the India series the second half of the summer with 456 runs in one match.
Oh, what's happening here?
Triple century.
It's a ball change. We've had 9 deliveries, and there's going to be a change of ball.
Can someone please sort all this out?
And off they come. There's a very weary look about the umpires now, going through this process.
Let's whip it up a little bit here.
Well, they've got to wait for the fella to come out with his briefcase.
But
they just look thoroughly resigned to this, to be fair. And they were. We had a good chinwag in the car park the other night about it, and they're really upset about it, you know.
Well, this is handy for India, because there is then this little period after the ball gets changed, isn't there, of about 4 or 5 overs when things just happen a bit and then it simmers down again, doesn't it? So this could be crucial.
They did say they're running out. They're running out of replacements, of suitable replacements. I mean, he's got a full attaché case there, but a lot of those, of course, won't be suitable.
No.
They've got to find ones of the right vintage. It's like going down to your wine cellar.
Ooh.
I know.
Oh, this is a lovely...
And pulling out...
a lovely 55 over.
You don't want to necessarily want a 2002.
It's a lovely 55 over red.
Exactly. It's got to be the right one. So...
Can we have a rosé ball test at some point, you think?
Anyway, after 9 deliveries, this ball has been changed.
Ridiculous, but this is a little crucial period now, because it will just happen. Every time the ball gets changed, 4 or 5 overs, it moves around and swings a tad.
So we've got Wally and we've got Graham Gooch.
Yes.
And the third one, I'll be honest, took some getting. He's probably listening. A great afternoon speaker. Lovely fella.
Oh, yes, I know who you are.
One of those faces that just lights up with a smile.
Yes.
Who scored 405 innings during his run of 37 tests, did you say, for England?
Yeah.
Good effort.
Left-hander.
Oh, OK.
263 for 3. Shami's on his way, bowls outside the off-stump, has clubbed it for 4.
Wow.
Don't worry about the change of ball, go and fetch that one. And that might well have put this one out of shape, because he really thrashed it. Square through the offside, and that's got the England supporters on their feet. People still dashing in, saying, hang on. I need to get into my seat. There's someone really running down the stairs here.
Listen, if they've got rid of all these 19,000 tickets, they need to hurry up.
Well, they do.
Because it will be done. Because that shot was just electrifying. No feet movement, it was just hands.
Umpire Dar is now waving. There's an issue out there on the point boundary, and I can't think what it is. And the fielder in question is going back. There's another ball out there. There's another ball.
Oh, hello. And they got which ball is
he's flicked it over. Well, this is what umpire Dar is saying.
Oh, trickery.
Has there been some skullduggery? I don't think so, because that one's been flicked away over the boundary, but there was presumably being used in fielding practice today a rogue ball that wasn't picked up. Well, hang on to it. We're using it in a minute.
Yeah.
267 for 3. Shami's on his way. Bairstow waits for him, and he steers that down towards third man. This will go for 4 as well. Bairstow's away. He's ticking. He wants this over with.
Just sublime timing. Placement, timing.
271 for 3. And the chanting and the singing and the celebrations have already started. It might be a little bit premature, but I must admit those 2 boundaries just seem to have released a little bit of pressure here.
Beautiful shots.
Yeah.
Just beautiful shots. No, not really a lot of foot movement. It's just timing and eye hand.
Yeah.
And just beautiful placement. He's hitting it with such power.
Bairstow's got his eye on joining that group. Peter Parfitt, of course, was the man.
Yes, that's
who's the third.
Middlesex.
Indeed. One of your own, Tuffers.
Yes. What a CX.
271 for 3. Shami moves in, bowls and beats Bairstow. Pushing forward outside the off-stump. Their arms raised there in the slip cordon. Shami looks disappointed. He's just turned there and gone stalking off to his fielding position. Every boundary feels like a like a nail in the coffin.
He's an unlucky kind of bowler.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
The target 378, England a 271 for 3. Now the fourth umpire, yes, he's seen that one over there.
Yeah.
So I'll have that. That's going in my attaché case.
Should have done that when I played. Just position lots of sort of new balls.
Sort of throw a new one back.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's come back lovely. That's well done, Tuff, as well. Well, you've worked on that beautifully well.
But poor old Mr. Dar, he looked at it. I mean, he can't have. How did he know it's only been used for one ball? Like an identity parade. Was that definitely the one they pulled out of the attaché case 20 seconds ago? You got no way of knowing. So Bumrah it is. So it was a change.
Yeah.
An ends change. 271 for 3. So India have their strongest attack. Root is on strike. The man has come up from deep point. So a slip and a gully. In fact, 2 slips by the look of it now. 2 men in short mid-wicket.
Yeah, I don't mind that there to Joe Root, actually.
Root's on strike. Tapping at the crease, raising his bat. As Bumrah, with this quirky approach, makes his way in now. Very straight-armed, and that's fired away down the leg side. And they take 1. Do you remember Spotty Dog from the Wooden Tops?
Yes, I do.
He also come in with his very straight legs,
right,
didn't he? The puppet.
Right, yeah.
It's a bit like Bumrah's bowling arm. It's so straight. It's straight all the way through.
It's an unusual action, that is for sure.
Yeah. The Wooden Tops.
Yeah, well, a little bit before my time.
It's classic children's TV, Tuffers.
Yes.
I can't remember who the other characters were apart from Spotty Dog.
Wasn't there a horse or something?
Probably. 272 for 3, but it's very, very, very straight arm. In he goes again. He's there and he bowls on the off stump. Bairstow thinks about a single. He's sent back by Root as that runs down to the gully region. 272 for 3.
Did you sleep well, John, or were you sort of thinking about today?
Well, Bumble was a bit restless in the night, if I'm honest. Yes. So, no, I went home last night and he was a bit anxious and pleasant. Yeah, he likes it when I come back home. He was a bit energetic.
Perhaps he was thinking about this morning.
He would have been.
And the history.
Yeah. 272 for 3. And Bumrah, a couple of paces in, stuttery start. Very straight arm, comes over quickly, and that's turned away out to deep backward square. Shreyas Iyer comes in with his sun hat on. He's a permanent sun hat wearer, which helps identification from here. Although he's looking up, there's not much sun at the moment. In fact, there's no sun at all. 273 for 3. 105 more needed to win by England. India still looking for a breakthrough. They've got to bust this partnership somehow.
I don't know whether the pitches have changed or whatever, but it almost looks like it's the best of baton in the fourth innings. I mean, it's incredible. Flat, still looks loads of runs in this pitch.
Bumrah on his way, bowls outside. The off stump, he almost chops into his stumps, but gets 4. Bottom edge, as Root there was trying to guide the ball to third man. For the bottom edge, it sent Pant the wrong way. And the ball just went skidding past him and into the boundary. So, again, useful runs for England. 277 for 3.
Yeah, that one didn't get up quite as much as Joe Root thought. Got the bottom sort of Q end. Whiz past.
You just don't care how they come at this stage, do you? And you feel shoulders slumping in the field. No, it's not our day. It's simply not our day today. The ball's not running our way. 277 for 3. 101 more runs needed. Bumrah sets off once again. Bowls to Root, who covers up and defends this.
Just takes one bit of genius ball, and you make the breakthrough. Man on naught in.
One misjudgment, one poor shot.
Yeah.
I tell you who's probably feeling most aggrieved is Kohli, who's standing there at slip, who got a horrible ball, an absolute brute. In his second innings, and we've not really seen anything like it since.
Well, this is why I'm patting the England bowlers on the back as well. You know, to wrap that in. You know, it's a pretty decent batting lineup, India. You know.
In goes Bumrah, and he bowls, and Root comes forward a little bit late there. Some movement back into him again. And Bumrah picks it up. It's the end of the over. 277 for 3. And Bairstow 84, Root 82. There's a lot of talk about rollers at the moment. Dissecting the fact that England used a heavy roller before their innings, whereas India didn't, and whether that has just flattened out that surface a bit.
Well, that's what the heavy roller's kind of for. It usually gives you, 30 minutes, 40 minutes of sort of before then it sort of eases again. Yeah. That's what I found when I was playing, that heavy roller usually took about half an hour to sort of wear off. Would that be right?
It could be. It seems to have lasted quite a long time in this case, doesn't it? 101 more needed. Shami's on his way, and he bowls to Bairstow. It's just outside his off stump, and he lets it go by.
Of course, the heavy roller...
There's no stroke.
Sorry, of course, the heavy roller can then sort of just knock the corners off the cracks as well.
Absolutely.
So you've got to be roller savvy.
Just a reminder that these two teams meet in the T20s soon. The first is on Thursday, commentary from 5:45 p.m. That's on BBC Radio, of course. The second is here on Saturday. It's live on BBC Two from 2 o'clock, and on the radio too, of course. 277 for 3. Shami goes wide of the crease. In he comes and bowls, and a bit of a loose drive from Bairstow. Thick inside edge there, is looking to drive that through extra cover.
Nice use of the crease by Shami there. You could see him jump right wide there. Creating different angles, different problems for the batter.
A lot of noise from the crowd here, real encouragement being shouted out from the spectators. Edgbaston not full. I mean, if every ticket was taken, I was going to say sold because they were free, but it's not half full yet, I don't think. No. 277 for 3. Here's Shami from the City end, bowls outside the off stump. No stroke from Bairstow.
Good leave.
Collected by Rishabh Pant.
Were you a nervous watcher, Agus, when you were in the dressing room? Yes.
Usually when a fast bowler was on.
Well, no, I mean,
next in.
Even, in a run chase, did you have any superstitions? We all sat, in the same places. I think it's pretty much...
You had a rather bigger dressing room at Lord's, haven't you? You could stretch out of it. You had things like sofas, didn't you?
Yes.
You couldn't fit one into Grace Road, unfortunately. So you sort of sat where there was a bit of space.
On a bench or something.
Yeah, on a bench.
No, we
277 for 3.
Comfy things.
Here comes Shami again. Bowls down the leg side. He beats Pant. It's flicked something on the way. And it's come off the bat. No chance for Pant.
No.
And 4 more runs for Johnny Bairstow.
Buys. Sorry, John.
Buys, was it?
Buys, yeah. I think it was buys.
Correct. Yes, it was. 84. Well, how did he get down there?
I don't know.
Fired away.
It swung after it.
After it
there.
Yeah.
It just does it.
It went a long way.
It did. That's just one that's leapt a bit that we were thinking about yesterday.
Must have hit something because it was well right wide of Punt. Shami again moves in, bowls, and that's very late and dabbed played to a third man by Bairstow, and Shazai as the fielder. 1 more run. They're coming quite quickly now. 282 for 3. 96 more needed. That target 378.
Under the double figures.
I can imagine you be. No, we arrived one year and found that our benches, as they were, had actually during the winter they spent some money and put a little thin cushion on them.
Oh,
it was luxury. You could sit there actually on a cushion, rather just on the bare wood.
Oh,
that was nice.
Oh,
282 for 3.
Very kind of them.
Yeah. Shami coming in wide of the crease again, bowls, and Root takes a pace down the pitch and comes forward. Guides that out to cover. It's the end of the over. Where's umpire Dyer off to? He's heading off in a strange direction there at the end of that over. 282 for 3. And so England need 96 more to win. More from Tuffers, and then it's going to be Dan.
Yeah, pretty good start from England. No real scares. Ball's been changed and not a lot's happened. It's been pretty flat. Really, the odd ones just seemed off the pitch, but England have gone away at a pretty good clip, and it's double figures now, Dad.
It is.
Morning.
It is double figures, but you said something in the car to me today when you came in.
Yeah.
And you have not been true to your word.
Right. Oh, haven't I?
No.
What have I done wrong?
I'll tell you in a minute after this ball. Jasprit Bumrah's going to bowl it. With England on 282 for 3. Bumrah getting some lift from this end. He's into Bairstow, and Bairstow works this through onside gloriously to the right of mid-on, and it's running away to the boundary for 4. What a lovely shot that was. It was long and full, but somehow he's managed to get it through a packed leg side field to the right of that mid-on, 286 for 3. You said to me that
you were going to be completely silent. You weren't going to jinx. And I walk into the room and I hear you say, "Do you know, I think this is the best time for batting. I mean, I've never seen a better pitch. It's glorious out there."
I know. Well, I did run it past Aggers and he said I couldn't do it.
286 for 3. Bumrah into Bairstow, short, and he ducks beneath it. Goes through to punt and there's no run. The target now 92 away.
That was a sizzling on drive, by the way, just quietly. There's 2 men on the drive there at mid-wicket and a deepish straight mid-on. None of them moved. It flew off the bat.
And it was a thread as well. It was a perfect thread.
It's like kapow. Kapow.
like Batman.
Yeah, it was.
Late 60s with Burt Ward.
Almost saw a flash come off the blade.
Bumrah into Bairstow. 2 slips in place. And Bairstow defends a full straight ball. There's no run. And he's been desperately trying to get in since the end of the previous over. Can you remember what it was?
Well, yes. I was going to tell you that Johnny Bairstow scored 1,000 runs this calendar year, but then I realised I'd read my table wrong, and he's not quite there yet. But he's close. He's very close in
He's quite close to 600 runs this summer, isn't he? On 589, is he?
Yes, he's heading there too. Batting well, isn't he?
Batting well.
Hang on. I don't want any part of this.
No. See? Told you I wouldn't say anything.
Bumrah is into Bairstow. Bairstow flicks at this and misses. It was shortish outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. There's no run. I tell you, Siraj's first over from this end, the pavilion end, did plenty. Bumrah's getting it to do plenty. There's a replacement ball. These are perilous moments in the match.
Well, I agree, but it's good bowling. It's good bowling. You know, you've got one of the premier fast bowlers in the world steaming in here.
Yes. You feel that the game is here. It's in this next half an hour or so.
Yeah, if these two can get through it.
Well, Bumrah and Shami are bowling in tandem. Bumrah. He's into Bairstow. Bairstow drives into the offside, square of the wicket. He'll get 1. They'll come back for 2, I would think. Yes, they will, comfortably. And Bairstow is into the 90s. He moves to 91. England 288 for 3. 90 more required for victory. You're not going to go silent on me now, are you?
I'm just taking it all in.
It's quite tense, isn't it?
It is tense.
It's a funny atmosphere in the ground today, actually, because the stewards and the people around are incredibly relaxed.
Yeah.
I found.
Yeah.
And actually, you know, the beaming grins and smiles on everyone's faces because they know that whatever happens will happen in this next couple of hours.
Everyone's got an afternoon off, is that what you said?
Yeah. Well, yes, but I mean, it takes a bit of time after the game, doesn't it? It's end of the series. We've got all sorts of awards to get through.
Oh, of course.
Yes. Bumrah into Bairstow again. Last ball of his over. And Bairstow defends a full straight ball very well indeed into the onside, picked up at short mid-wicket. There's no run. 288 for 3. Bairstow 91, route 82.
No, I think that, there's a few starting to stream in now. I think that everyone's on the edge of their seats, actually. Yes. That's why, you know, second day, usually, hello, mate, and have a chat.
Yes.
Let's go and get a pie or something. You know, everyone's who's here now is glued to it.
Every ball is an event.
Every ball is an event.
As they say.
Yes.
For the 100. But this is for the test matches. Yes. And it is an event. It's a very tense event.
It is.
In many ways, I think I'd rather be out there watching it than here.
I know.
I don't normally say that.
No, but we're sort of hushed, aren't we?
Hushed and hunched.
Yes.
Very low down on the table.
I don't know.
Sort of peering just over the top of the lip here. Shami starts a new over. He's into Root. And Root gets one down the leg side. I'll go for 4. Was there anything on that? Waiting to see. It's buys again.
Yeah.
Shami is getting the ball to really swing in, isn't he?
They have. I saw a wagon wheel of Joe Root's knock yesterday, and I think something like 65 or 70% were behind square on the leg side. So they haven't hit their lines. I was talking to Deep as well. He was saying, they bowled a bit scattergun.
Is that because they're trying to bowl straight at him and just missing it on the leg side of straight?
Perhaps trying to thud it into that front pad.
Because that's how they got him a bit last year, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now somebody's standing over the sight screen again, doesn't matter what day. And he's now very slowly making his way. Just sit down would be good. Right. Shami runs in again.
And Root pushes forward in defence and to the offside. It's fielded in the covers. There's no run. 292 for 3 with those 4 byes. How many byes have we had in this innings?
Lots.
Andy? Feels like a lot.
We've had, in this innings...
Yes.
8.
Is that all? Just those 8?
Yes.
Well, I felt a lot more than that.
Leg byes, perhaps? Maybe we're getting them mixed up.
7 leg byes.
Oh,
that's more like it.
Yeah.
15 stray balls, because most of those leg byes, of course, will be down the leg side.
Would have only needed 50 if Stewart hadn't bowled that over to Bumrah.
England would indeed only have needed that. Yes, we've got to let that lie. Shammy in, slashed away by Root. A brilliant stop. No, he hit into the ground. An absolutely brilliant diving stop at cover point.
Was a good stop.
That was magnificent work. Vihari at cover point. He flew. That was 4 from the moment it left the bat until Vihari dived full length and got his right hand to that.
Very good. They're fighting all the way. They will fight every ball, every run.
Well, they did in the World Test Championship when New Zealand were cruising to victory. At no point did Kohli put on his part-timers.
No.
Shammy into Root. Root clips away off his pads out to deep square leg for a single. Every run is cheered by the England supporters. When a wicket falls, I think we'll hear an equally loud cheer from the Indian supporters, and many of them in today. 293 for 3. Root to 83. Bairstow goes and does a bit of gardening. The target now 85 away. It's amazing, isn't it? We've had 5 days, the 5th day in every test this summer, haven't we?
No, not Lords.
No, we did. Didn't it go to the...
Nope.
Oh, no. I'll tell you what it was. It was the 4th day, but it was free. Because they knocked off the overs in the runs inside 15.
It's been phenomenal, chasers.
The denouements have all been shown free as Shammy's in. Clipped into the onside well by Bairstow. There's an enormous gap between mid-on and deep square leg, so Bairstow can easily tuck a single, and Shammy again going a bit leg side. Bairstow to 92, 294 for 3.
So on Root's wagon wheel, he scored 55 on the leg side and 56 on the leg side, 27 on the offside, and very little down the ground, just a couple of singles really in the V.
Yeah.
Interesting. Last ball of Shammy's over. He's into Root. And Root drives through the covers for 4. Wonderful shot.
Wow.
That was wide and full, yes, but it's been put away.
Beautiful.
Gloriously again. Root to 87. England at the end of the over. 298 for 3. This morning, Andy, we've had 6 overs, am I right?
You are correct.
And
6 overs, 39 runs.
6.5 and over in this chase.
Well, that was just Joe Root at his best. Wasn't it? It was on the up. Down on one knee, that back leg down on one knee. Beautiful stride. What are you doing with your tea?
Sorry. I'm sorry. A large splash of water just erupted from my cup.
Sorry, and he's down on one knee, and just the hands and the head. Oh, watch that. You've got to watch the highlight. I mean, that is just...
Well, you can see that on in-play clips.
Of course.
On the BBC Sport website.
Just get on and
later
see that.
Today, there'll be highlights on BBC 4 at 7 o'clock.
If you want to see how to play a cover drive, just have a look at that one.
It was perfection, wasn't it? Wally Hammond couldn't have done it better. Bumrah into Bairstow. Bairstow works into the onside. Oh, thinks of a single. It isn't there. Sends Root back. And there's no run. No need for that, is there?
Nope.
No. 298 for 3. The target 80 away. Bairstow 92. Root 87. Deep breath.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Grown men.
It is ridiculous, really. I mean...
Well, it's just the enormity of it. I don't think I haven't seen too much history.
We'll test that thesis in a moment. Bumrah is into Bairstow, works into the onside again, but he can't beat the mid-wicket, goes straight to him. You're not seeing much history.
Well...
See Brian Lara?
Oh, I was there for that. I was serving it up, yeah. No, I've seen that from the wrong end, definitely. All right, a little bit of history.
A little bit of history.
But this will be... just... Especially as a spin bowler, I sort of think to myself... You can't do that with the pitch and with the talent,
Is it time for a bit of Jadeja?
Well, it might well be soon.
Bumrah runs in away from us into Bairstow. And Bairstow plays and misses at one in the channel. Toughest thought he'd got an edge. Kohli thought he'd got an edge. Bumrah didn't. No one else did. But perilously close.
Beauty.
Flat-footed.
Wide of the crease, angled in. They just swung and nipped away. Oof. Good ball.
He's a very good bowler, Bumrah.
Very good bowler.
Yes. How many overs he bowled in this? This is his third over in this spell, Andy. How many can he bowl, do you think?
Well, he's going to have to dig deep. He's going to have to bowl a lot of them.
Into Bairstow. Bairstow comes forward in defence, pushes into the onside, and there's no run.
Front foot check.
Oh, front foot check. I just heard in the earphones there.
OK. He does bowl a few no balls.
Yes, and he usually gets a wicket afterwards.
Yes.
I think it's happened twice this test.
Fair delivery.
Fair delivery.
Lovely, stand easy.
So what you're saying is, from an England point of view, you'd rather not have the extra run.
Absolutely.
Here's Bumrah into Bairstow. Bairstow defends. Well, actually, that's come off a bit of pad. Bumrah quite likes it.
High.
But a bit too high. And actually, Bairstow's hobbling, as if to say, it did hit me on the knee, you know.
No, inside thigh, that was, I think. Or sort of hip flexor.
They've only got one review left, of course, because they burned a couple yesterday.
It's too high. Scrambled seam.
Oh, yes. Ow.
Yeah, ow.
Back thigh. Has he got a thigh pad on there?
No, you'll have a little small inside thigh there.
Yeah, they're not particularly...
No, robust. But they just take the sting out.
Oh, someone's standing up. It's not us, I assure you.
No, we're very low. There should be a steward there, surely.
Right. Bumrah comes in to complete the over. Bairstow waits and pushes in defence into the offside, goes straight to the fielder and covers there's no run. Right. Andy, you're about to speak.
I was about to bemoan apparent total absence of any stewarding here. Anyway, that was a maiden, the first maiden India have managed since the 35th over, and that was the 64th.
Sorry, say that again. First
maiden in 29 overs.
Yeah, been ticked off, haven't they?
Right,
that's me done.
What are you going to do now?
I don't know, but I can't do anything wrong because I'm off.
You didn't take a wicket, is that what you're saying? Well, Deep Dasgupta's the man who's going to replace you, and I suspect he's going to be hunting for wickets. Most importantly, I want to know, Deep, how are they going to get him? Siraj is coming back into the attack. Shami's coming off. How do you think India have bowled this morning?
Friendly.
Friendly?
That's a friendly, been quite friendly actually, the bowling. And even feeling to a certain extent.
Siraj starts a new over and is outside the off stump, left alone, no run.
And why I say that is, start with bowling. I mean, this is something that they did yesterday. I bowled that straightish line with 5 fielders on the onside, and that's what we've been talking about. It's very difficult to stop those singles or stop the flow of runs when you have to manage both sides of the pitch. Right, so again,
ball is being looked at again. It's gone through a hole. Has it gone through the right one, though? Oh, no, I think Aleem Dar's decided we're going to have another ball change. This is becoming extraordinarily farcical. Have you kept a... well, what is actually happening here? Bairstow's having a chat to Aleem Dar. Aleem Dar's now going to go and have a chat to umpire Kettleborough. What are you doing, Andy?
I think Aleem Dar's just set a new record for slowest walk in a sporting event. This ball, assuming they do change it, will have lasted 5 overs and 4 balls.
So do you keep a record of the ball change, unscheduled ball changes?
Well, I have the last few games. I didn't really used to because it didn't happen very often.
No. And what are we up to?
Lots.
Well, it was 15 at the start of this match, I think.
Right. Well, I can tot it up for this match.
OK, tot it up for this match for us. 87 to Root, 92 to Bairstow, if you're just joining us. 298 for 3, England. They need another 80 to pull off their highest run chase in their men's test history. And there have been some alarms, though. Siraj's first over, with we got a little bit of carry, a bit of pace, a bit of bounce.
True.
Bumrah's beaten the bat a couple of times. Shami is perhaps disappointed from the Birmingham end, bowling a little bit too leg side. Is that fair to say?
Very, very fair to say. And when you're bowling as straight as that, and as we were talking about, with that kind of a field, 5-4 or 4-5, it's very difficult, because what these two have done really well in this partnership and this innings, they've picked up those singles very well. They've just tapped it in the gap, and there are enough gaps as well. And this is exactly what I think the mistake that the Indians made yesterday, bowled too straight. And now, I mean, finally, last over, Bumrah, who was also bowling with that kind of a field, changed his field. Last over, thank goodness, he's gone back to that 6-3 outside off stump line and that kind of a field.
Andy?
I made that the 9th ball change of this test.
Of this match?
Yes.
Good grief. I mean,
twice this morning already.
That's amazing, isn't it? Siraj has got this replacement ball in hand. It's wide of the off stump, left alone by Root. No run. Every time a replacement comes, though, there's a little bit of hope. Something happens. It did for about 2 overs.
And start of this innings, the ball was changed around 20th over, and then 3 wickets fell quickly in succession. 21st, 25th, and 26th. Something.
I mean, I suppose that's a newer replacement ball, isn't it? But nonetheless,
yeah,
it does. It provides hope for the Indians here as Siraj scurries in to Root and drives a full-length ball, but straight into the covers. It's picked up and there's no run.
And this is much better. The line that Siraj is bowling in this over and what Bumrah bowled in the last. Something that the Indians haven't done enough this innings is attack that 4th stump or the off stump. They've been too straight, but now you've got a couple of slips and obviously a deep point, or rather a wideish third.
It's the singles that are getting to me deep. I'll ask Andy to have a look at that in a minute. As Siraj is in, and that's driven square of the wicket. That could run away to the boundary. Fielders chasing after it. Will cut it off. 2 more to the total. 300 is up for England. 300 for 3. Root to 89. That went just backward a square. Deep third had to run round. Andy, the number of boundaries in this partnership, please, doesn't feel like as many, given the number of overs that have been bowled, for it to happen.
There's been 23 1-6 by Bairstow, 11 fours by each of the 2 players, so around about 50% of their runs, just over.
Is that about normal, do we think? Siraj is in to Root. Root guides this, but is brilliantly stopped by the 4th slip, diving to his right, two-handed. But save probably a run. Is that about par for the course?
Yeah, about that.
I suppose it's the number of singles in the number of overs that they've had, which is a surprise.
It's the inability to string dot balls together. As I mentioned, that's the first maiden in 29 overs.
Right.
That's singles and boundaries. That's the problem, which is a bit of an issue for a bowling team.
That's a sort of perfect storm, isn't it? Right, Siraj in to complete the over. Root guides this down to deep third, just off the back foot. It's a little bit short, a little bit wide. Picks up a single, 301 for 3. Root 290. 77 more for England to win. More thoughts from Deep Dasgupta, and then it will be Simon Mann.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, talking about being friendly. Finally, it's good to see that they've gone back to a very traditional line of bowling, which is just outside off stump. Yeah, I mean, at least you can protect one side of the pitch and not have to worry about both sides. So that's good to see. The other thing, the reason I mentioned, Indians being a little friendly, has also been the feeling, the body language. Yes, there's been a lot of chat and chirp, which is fine, but, for example, a lot of times, and that's Simon here with me, and we were talking about it as well, isn't it, Simon? And we've seen the bowler on top of the mark, the fielder's not ready.
Right, here is Bumrah moving into bowl to Root, who's 90 not out. Bumrah bowls, and Root comes forward and plays it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. 301 for 3.
And sorry, Simon, the reason why I say that is because both Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow look so comfortable. It's just, trying to kind of hurry them and rush them into, playing and stuff like that. So you make sure that you're in your position early. and you're kind of forcing the batters to get ready earlier.
Bumrah's ready to bowl there, and Root's not ready. Bairstow, rather, not ready. Got his gloves off. Now he's got them back on at the non-striker's end. Root tapping away at the crease. Looks up to see Bumrah approaching. It's much lighter now at Edgbaston than it was 40 minutes ago when play started. Bumrah bowls outside the off stump. And it's cuffed away by Root for 4, down towards deep third. Typical Root shot. Opening the face, letting the ball come to him. And it almost slides away down to the boundary. And it feels as if there's nothing India can do. Well, they are doing nothing to prevent this happening. You've got two players who are in top-class form, and they are top-class players as well, and that's one side of it. But India look a team who they look beaten, actually, at this stage.
Yeah, a little short on ideas as well.
305 for 3. Root to 94. 73 to win. Bumrah bowls full. Root clips this through mid-wicket for more runs. It's going out towards the boundary. The chase is on, and it's gone for 4. Shreyas Iyer running round from deep square, couldn't get there. It's gone out towards the Holly stand, and Root is winning the race at the moment to get to 100. He's 98 not out. It's 309 for 3.
And that brought up a 200 partnership in 41 overs and 2 balls.
241 overs when you're chasing 378, and you're 109 for 3. You've just lost a wicket to a run out. Great match play from Root, just to put that behind him. He's 98 not out. Bumrah goes in, bowls to him, outside the off stump, chopped away down towards deep third. He's gone for 1. Jadeja's onto it, sends in the return. They do not come back for the second. Not worth taking him on.
Yeah, but this has always been the story of India's bowling in second innings. Gets a boundary, bowls outside off stump, through third, and then you put a fielder there. Very next delivery, Jasprit Bumrah, a lot straighter, half volley onto middle leg stump, and then flicked on the onside. So, yeah.
Bumrah from the pavilion end bowls to Bairstow outside the off stump. Bairstow, I thought for a moment there, was tempted to try and thrash that through the offside. With a bounce from Bumrah, probably a bit too close to play the shot, and good judgment from Bairstow to allow that to go through to Pant. And the way they're playing this morning, you always felt he was going to throw everything at that, but there is Jadeja out at deep backward point as well. So he did not.
It's been good controlled aggression this morning as well. I mean, the running between the wickets been phenomenal again.
310 for 3. Bumrah bowls to Bairstow, short. Bairstow's in behind it, damming it down into the onside, and there's no run. And then he plays the big pull shot. The thing is, for India, the ball is quite an old one. It's not. Yeah. It's not. We don't know how old it is actually. It's just 66 overs, but so it should be a ball of about that age. But it's quite soft now, and they're not going to get this new ball in time. I don't think. 14 overs, 68. The rate at which England score, I suppose if they were to take a wicket or two, then the new ball might just come into play right at the end. It's a bit similar to Lord's, that Test match against New Zealand, where England just got there too quickly for them to take a new ball.
You do see that sense of urgency there with the running between, especially even if it's a single, an easy one. You see both these guys trying to push it and convert it into a 2.
Right, new over from Shami. Root is on 99. New over from Siraj, correction. And Siraj is just making Root wait. Well, not least, actually, because he wants the deep third, Shardul Thakur, up inside the circle, if you like, the notional circle. And he ran in, his hat fell off, so he had to run back and pick it up. Root 99. Siraj goes into bowl to him, and Root dabs it away. It's overslip, it's going down towards the boundary. It's gone away for 4. And there's another Joe Root 100. He punches the air. It's a brilliant innings from Root. Cool, classy. He came in a difficult situation. He ran out Alex Lees. He's produced one of his best, and there have been many of them. 27 before today. Make it number 28. And he's played this innings under pressure, with England looking for a record chase. It's been flawless.
It's been an absolute masterclass. We're talking about boundaries and singles, rotating the strike, either side of the pitch. I mean, earlier this morning played that cover drive, shot of the game maybe for me, but that's how good he's been, Joe Root. Not just this game, I guess, for the last couple of years.
Yeah, he's had a phenomenal couple of years. He's just been in such good form this summer as well. He's continued it. Here is Siraj bowling to him, and far away from playing on there. When angling back in, he got the bat on it, and it bounced on the pitch and then away from the off stump. So the figures...
136 balls for a century with his 14th, or as you said, his 28th in tests. His 9th against India, and that is the most any player has scored against India in test cricket. He's gone ahead of a few players who had eight centuries against India. Ricky Ponting, Viv Richards, Steve Smith and Garfield Sobers.
Not bad, is it?
Good players in his wake there.
314 for 3. He's 103 not out. Siraj bowls. He drives for extra cover for 4 more. It's not got to the rope yet, but no Indian fielder near it. In fact, they wait for someone who's on the boundary edge there to lob it back. There's a long way out there towards deep extra cover. 60 to win.
Well, so in fourth innings, before this summer, Joe Root had batted 37 times and averaged 32, 5 half-centuries and no hundreds. And in fourth innings this summer, he's had 115 not out against New Zealand at Lord's, 3 at Nottingham, 86 not out at Leeds, and now an undefeated century here.
Yeah, there was a time when he wasn't getting those hundreds. He was getting those 50s and 60s, and then now it's become a habit, a very good habit.
Siraj bowls to Root. Root pushes for a single into the offside, back with a square. It's been such a good innings from him, because he did have that Alex Lees run out to deal with as well, but you just feel play like he's sort of seen it all before, actually just right. It makes you, in a way, even more determined. Now I've got to win the game. I've knocked out some of the potential runs from my team of running someone out.
Just to highlight what Deep was saying about how Root had a period of his career when he didn't convert centuries. Since the start of 2021, 16 50 scores, and 11 of those he's converted into hundreds now.
Focus is now on Bairstow, who's on 92. Siraj bowls to him, and Bairstow drives this firmly. It's stopped by Siraj in his follow-through. He's looking to hit that up towards the straight long-on boundary. Hit it well, but good fielding from Siraj. Bairstow strides off towards square leg to compose himself.
Prior to that, to this run of 11 conversions out of 16 50s, he'd converted only 6 of his previous 32 half-centuries into hundreds.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to figure out what's happened. You know, what's made him change that, and how has he done that?
Siraj to Bairstow. Bairstow drives. Does he find the gap? No, he doesn't. He's out to extra cover, and there's no run. It's 319 for 3. Well, there was a time, actually, before he started scoring all the hundreds, where he asked the analyst, the England team analyst, to give him a sort of a breakdown of all his dismissals and where, at the point he was getting out as well. So, between 10:30 and then later in. So he was looking at all those, looking to see if there was a pattern. He went away and thought about, worked on it. So there was a time when he did think, right, I can't allow this to keep on happening. I need to analyse it. And he got hold of all the footage to look through to see what he was doing at certain times of his innings. Whether that is the key, I don't know, but it must have been part of it, because it can't be a coincidence that he's, from that time, he's improved enormously.
Because obviously, I mean, when there was this period when we were talking about Fab Four, we were talking about, obviously, Joe Root was one of them, and the only criticism was his conversion rate wasn't that great as compared to, let's say, Steve Smith or Williamson and Virat. But then last few years, I mean, we just heard the numbers. They're just phenomenal numbers.
Yeah, and I mean, the remarkable thing was he was scoring all those runs while he was under pressure as captain as well.
True.
And they were losing lots of games, not winning lots of games, but he was still churning them out. It was the one thing he does lack is a Test 100 in Australia. He got close a couple of times in Australia. Well, I think in the 80s.
Yeah, he's had a few scores in the 80s in Australia, 9 half-centuries in all in 14 tests. So he's not failed there, averaged 35, but he hasn't had that sort of, defining innings.
No. 3:19 for 3. Root's on strike. Now here's Shardul Thakur into the attack. Bowling to Root. And Root plays quietly in defence into the onside, and there's no run. I must say, I thought there might be a few more people here at Edgbaston today than there are. Whether people got their tickets at 5 o'clock yesterday and then looked at the score at 6:30 and thought, I'm not going to bother. Whether there are people
major part of them could be Indian supporters.
Well, if they bought them at 5 and then looked at the score at 6:30, yeah. Because they didn't take a wicket. They haven't taken a wicket for a long time, actually, since just after tea yesterday. 3:19 for 3, 59 to win. Thakur goes in, bowls to Root. Root clips it away, but straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I can see Ravi Jadeja loosening up at mid-on. The sun's out now, burning through the cloud at Edgbaston after a very grey morning. Thought good bowling conditions this morning. First up, 10:30, 50 minutes ago. The lights on, they're still on at the moment. I think they could switch them off now. Although there is quite a lot of grey clouds still around. In the sunshine now, Shardul Thakur pushes the hair out of his eyes and sets off past the umpire to bowl to Root short outside the off stump. Good climb through to Pant, but no real threat to Root. Oh, it's a wide as well. Root allowed it to go. Ballooning bouncer from Thakur, collected by Pant. That's the other thing as well, runs off the bat, but also extras this morning as well. Those 8 byes early on has helped England. India unable to build any pressure at all. And they are up against 2 players who are in the form of their careers. They run into both of them. Thakur bowls, Root back cuts. Another beautiful shot, delicate. There is a deep third, so it's only a single. And Root goes to 109. There was a time when it looked as if Bairstow was going to get to his 100 first, but Root zipped past him.
Nah, but a little surprised. I've been saying this since morning, that the approach that India had first up, because you knew it's about the first spell from Shami and Bumrah to a great extent, and both of them again didn't look as sharp as we've seen them usually.
It was quite a deflating passage of play, wasn't it, the last hour or so yesterday, hour and a quarter. Bairstow 92, Thakur bowls to him short. Bairstow ducks underneath it, not prepared to take that on with 2 fielders back on the leg side boundary. That passage of play, when Root and Bairstow came together, England was 3 down and they had to piece it together really slowly. I mean, that was a fascinating passage, and that's when they had to work hard. And then they got about 40-50 runs together, and then they were able to break free, and India unable to hold them.
The other thing India would reflect upon is how the 3rd and the 4th seam are bowled in this game.
Yeah. Thakur bowls. It's defended by Bairstow, who's thinking of a single towards mid-on there. It wasn't there. Jadeja coming in to pick up.
Because there were times, obviously, where Bumrah and Shami created that pressure, but was it maintained enough by Siraj and Shardul Thakur? And I thought Shardul Thakur's had a very average or below average game.
Yes, he has. He helped India win that test match at the Oval at the end of last summer. Goes in now and bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow plays firmly, but straight up towards mid-on, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. Bairstow biding his time. He wants that 4th 100 of the summer. It's not quite 4th 100 in a row, but it would be 400s in 3 tests.
Yeah, and 4 in 5 innings. We mentioned earlier on, only 3 other England players have ever achieved that in tests. He'll join if he can make it there. Select few who've got 200s in the same test. Only for England, only Dennis Compton has done that when batting at 5 or lower. Just to highlight what you're saying about this partnership, the first 12 overs, or 11 overs and 5 balls, they made 32 runs, so just over 2.5 an over, and since then 180 off the next 32, so almost a run a ball since then.
And it has felt like that as well. Not enough dot balls from India, not been able to bottle it up, put some pressure on England. The pressure's come the other way. Here's Siraj bowling to Root, and Root plays defensively, can't get a single there. The ball rolls away into the offside and there's no run. So we've had 55 minutes play, and already England have scored 41 plus 20, 62, is it, in 55 minutes. And there's the occasional play and miss, but apart from that, India haven't really looked like taking a wicket. Almost as if they're now resigned to their fate. Here's Siraj bowling to Root, who strokes this away. Semi-defensive shot into the offside, square with the wicket, and there's no run. Just for now, actually, everything's just quietened down.
Yeah.
Bairstow playing for his 100. Root playing absolutely determinedly not to get out, not to just open the door a bit for India. And England still have Stokes and Billings to come, and then a slightly iffy tail, unpredictable tail. 3:21 for 3. Siraj bowls to Root, who dries, doesn't time that. He's frustrated with himself. It's one he hasn't timed. There haven't been many in this innings.
Yeah, and Simon, also the line that the Indian bowlers are bowling now, more like the just outside off stump line, where I think they should have done that a while ago. Not just today morning, but even yesterday. Far too straight. I think finally they've got that 6-3 feel, bowling on one side of the wicket, and got fielders protecting single. And we were talking about how good they were yesterday and right through this partnership.
Siraj to Root, short, top edge, down towards fine leg. It's away from the fielder. It's gone away for 4. Well, it was in the air. It was a full shot from Joe Root. But everything going England's way.
Yeah, that was Hanuma Vihari, the fielder. He did well. Fell short of him. Yeah, top edge. It's not in control. You don't see Joe Root not being in control, especially playing the pull shot. Went way too fine. Nothing much that Hanuma Vihari could have done with that.
Yeah, everything going England's way is just out of his reach. Siraj bowls. Root gets one that seems to keep a bit low. He plays it into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. With that boundary, 325 for 3. And Root moves to 113. Vihari would have seen that and he thought, can I get there? And then in the end he realised it was bouncing just in front of him, so he tried to sort of block it almost. But it was away to his right-hand side, and it went quickly. There have not been many full shots from Joe Root. There was one this morning actually that went off the inside edge, past his off stump down to the fine leg boundary before. Hard to think of many yesterday. Siraj bowls to Root, who edges this along the ground. To Kohli at slip. It was all the way along the ground. It wasn't a chance. No semblance of a chance. And that's the end of Siraj's over. It's 325 for 3. England need 53 more to win this match. I think we're in for a double change here. Prakash is coming in, and perhaps Andy Zaltzman can give us something to fill the gap.
Joe Root is past 700 runs for the series, now on 708 from the 5 tests, 4 of them last summer, and this match here, it's his 4th century of the series. It's only the 7th time an England player has made 700 or more runs in a test series. Most recently Alistair Cook and his famous Ashes triumph in 2010-11 made 766. The only other England player to do so against India, Graham Gooch, who made 752 in a 3-test series in 1990, 456 of them in one game at Lord's. The others are David Gower against Australia in 1985, Herbert Sutcliffe in the Ashes in 24-25, Dennis Compton against South Africa in 1947, and Wally Hammond, who made 905, the record in the 1928-29 Ashes.
Oh, he's been absolutely brilliant, hasn't he, Joe Root? I mean, you just get the feeling it's like another day at the office. He just went in there, sent out a few emails, made a few phone calls, and then raised his bat.
Yeah, while at it, made a couple of cups of tea, kept things ticking over. It's just incredible, isn't it? I think even just watching how he's come out today, I wasn't sure if England were going to try and force the game or cook the pudding. It's just how measured he is, but he's still just always ticking, always picking up runs, just nullifies the threat. He's a true master, really, of the game.
He certainly is. And isn't that just the classic sign of a great batter, when you don't sort of feel they've actually played some big shots or anything like that, and you look up at the scoreboard and there are 40 or 45 of not too many. And that's exactly what Joe Root's done. And Bairstow, I think, has shown another dimension to what we saw in his previous 3 innings, where it was a lot more of power hitting, big shots, etc. And here he's been absolutely marvellous again, playing the odd forcing shot, but he's really been content to sort of move it around. Of course, India have played into their hands in some ways with those field placements last evening, but this is an absolute masterclass of batting, and India will have to reflect, because this is going to be the third consecutive overseas defeat for India after those two losses against South Africa, having won the first one at Centurion.
And he's just ticking this over.
And both of those losses as well were fourth innings chases, not as big as this, but in quite low scoring games where it looked like the game was in the balance, and South Africa won both of those by 7 wickets. I mean, is there this an issue in India's? I know Ashwin played in both of those games as well, largely ineffectively, but it's been a recurring theme for India after the 2 fourth innings last year when they were so spectacularly successful with the ball.
They were. And I think the one thing, was that, if I'm right, Bharat Arun had just handed over the mantle of bowling coach.
The only question I was going to ask, I don't know the answer, but Rohit Sharma as captain, do you think he would have approached anything differently to Bumrah in this sort of environment, or do you think it...
Well, I think he would have been more used to it for sure, Ebbs. I mean, this is Bumrah's first ever serious game at which he is captained. I don't think he's captained anywhere else at all. Here's Shardul Thakur after drinks have gone off. First ball worked away off his front pad down towards deep square. Siraj comes in from the boundary, another run to the total. Bairstow moves up, inching up towards his 100. He's now 93, and England 326 with 52 separating them from another chapter in this newfound England.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I've been most impressed with the batters is just that contrast, actually. You know, now we've seen, say, for example, Alex Lees can show another dimension. You start to realise there's more range in his batting. Johnny Bairstow has showed range from periods measured to the acceleration.
Shardul is up bowls, pushed away on the offside, not for runs this time.
Just that contrast and that flexibility within a game of Test cricket is needed at different phases. We know Ben Stokes, you look at how he approached that Headingley innings, quiet on sort of day 3, and then day 4 turn the screw. So I think if they can get it right collectively, then they can play different situations, and that's what we've seen, really.
Indeed, and I think that's what teamwork's all about, isn't it? To be able to sort of cover each other's weaknesses if there are any, and then as a team go forward. This one's pushed up, forward defensive from Joe Root. There is no run. This will particularly hurt India, because I think if you think back to the morning of the 4th day, 250 odd ahead, 7 wickets in hand, and then you looked at where England were beginning today, 119 to win the Test match with 7 wickets in hand. So that turnaround yesterday was quite remarkable, both with the ball and then the quality of England's batting. I think it was Lees and Crawley in many ways who took India by surprise completely. Shardul Thakur comes in bowls, and this one's pushed away on the onside to mid-wicket by Joe Root. No run again.
Yeah, they took the surprise, and then also, you know, Deep was showing on the highlights last night about the pitch map, where in the first innings India were quite tight. You could see the line that they were probing away at, and then when Lees and Crawley were much more attacking, they lost it. It spread. It became a bit of a minefield and mind map.
But that's where captaincy on the field matters, isn't it? Just slowing things down, getting the team together into a huddle, maybe having a chat with the bowlers. Didn't see any of that. Here's Shardul bowls, nice and full. Whipped away on the onside. They'll take a run to Jadeja. And even the magic of Jadeja is not good enough to prevent that single. 327 now for 3. 51 runs away. And Root goes to 114.
The other thing is, I mean, I was expecting a huge wobble. Look, I'm not saying the game's done, but I thought there might have been... India came out this morning with some sort of, you know, that magic, that fight back. I was expecting, you know, after especially that over from Siraj, that it might have been backed up, but it's just felt a little bit lacklustre from India. England have done well.
Indeed they have. They've done more than just well. Shardul bowls shot, whipped away around the corner and races away to the boundary for 4. This was a gift, and this is exactly what's happened, isn't it? As Bairstow goes, Root rather, watches Bairstow get to 97 as he just paddled that round the corner, really. Timed it beautifully again. I think the third and fourth seamer, or at least the fourth seamer, has been virtually been an absentee. Shardul Thakur, both with bat and ball. And it's all great to talk about hindsight, but I wonder if, like New Zealand, India might have just missed a trick with their team selection. But that's all going to be consigned to analysis and history, really. It's been a tremendous batting performance by England. I mean, I can't think... And the calmness with which they've approached the entire chase has been another absolute revelation. We didn't see any... And I think this is the... If you remove fear of failure, and I go back to the press conference where Ben Stokes spoke just on the eve of the game, and he said, we are backing Zach Crawley. He is in here for some time. Ben Foakes is our keeper. Yes, he's not fit. Billings will keep. So it seemed very clear, cut and dry decisions. Don't talk to me about a draw. I don't look to play draws. And statements of that kind. I think that just reflects the mindset. And when you have that from a management perspective, I think you're in a good place. Jadeja comes in first attempted reverse sweep by Joe Root of the very first ball from Jadeja over the wicket.
I think it's just a fraction short. He would have needed to get a little bit close to that ball. It ended up...
Jadeja bowls and Root offers his pad and sort of a bit of turn there.
Yeah, a little bit of turn out the foot marks, maybe a little bit late, but really good to see.
Well, the only phase really, Ebony, yesterday where there was a little bit of sort of control was when Jadeja bowled this line. Bowls to Root, Root comes forward. Not quite sure of playing it this time. He pops away on the offside, no damage at all.
Yeah, he really probed away yesterday for quite a while. You did see then that there was maybe a good sort of 10 over phase where he was bowling at one end.
Jadeja in again, wide of the crease, and this time Root attempts the reverse sweep again. A little bit of cat and mouse, some excitement. I don't think it's going to impact the result in any way.
He's bowling so wide down the leg side. There's a lot of work to do. I mean, if he would have just traditional kind of helped that round the corner, he might have picked up 4.
Bowls again, and this time he connects, does Root, but he'll get just one down to Shubman Gill, who's there for that shot. And England move to 332 for 3 with 46 runs now between England and a historic win. Andy mentioned India lost the last 2 games in South Africa by 7 wickets. Getting that 4th wicket seems to be a bit of a problem since the time of the famous win in Australia. Here's Jadeja in bowls, and Bairstow offers his pad to one that's pitching well outside the leg stump. End of the over. Bairstow remains on 97. Root is 115. England 332 for 3.
I have to say, I think we've talked a lot about the batting for England, but I do feel that spell where they took those 7 wickets, even though India maybe played some shots, but that short tactic, you know, it's not something that you say England are classically known for banging the ball into the pitch, but there was a phase where Potts was banging it in, how Virat Kohli got out, hitting Cheteshwar Pujara, like they were hitting that pitch. It was quite an aggressive ploy.
It was, and I think it worked, didn't it?
It worked, yeah.
You have to say that it worked on this occasion. Hasn't a couple of times earlier. Shardul Thakur with a fresh over now from the pavilion end bowls, and Root gets one that just gets up a little bit, takes his bottom hand off, and it's fielded by Hanuma Vihari, who comes close to Root, who just pushes the ball gently back to him. 332 for 3. You also think about the way that India batted. I think they lost 7 for 90 odd since the fall of Pujara's wicket, and Pujara and Vihari had got them off to a steady start, and then came the flurry of loose shots. So India have only themselves to blame. Thakur bowls down the wicket, comes Joe Root and hammers it over his head for a brilliant, belligerent, statement-making boundary. Now Joe Root really just saying that I want to get this done and over with quickly. Down the wicket. I haven't seen Joe Root do that in a long, long time. Shimmy down the wicket, ball doing nothing, on the up, over the bowler's head. Beautiful shot.
That is amazing to watch. I think he's eyeing up lunch at a nice restaurant somewhere.
Shardul bowls. This one's played away quietly on the onside for it to be fielded by Shreyas Iyer. He's made Shardul Thakur, I mean everyone's made Shardul Thakur look really ordinary. But this is the beauty of this game, isn't it? I mean, in the test at the Oval, Shardul Thakur was one of the real heroes for India. Runs in both innings, wickets as well, and he's looked a pale shadow of that.
Just looking at the footwork from Joe Root on the replay. Perfection.
Thakur in again. Bowles, and Root is ready for the reverse ramp, and he's got all of it. We wait for the umpire's signal. It's gone well over. Yes, it is. 6 of the most magnificent runs, not from the manual, but hugely effective. Joe Root is putting on an absolute display here. He's up to 125, and England now need just 36 runs.
It's time to express yourself. He knows they've got out the danger. There's not a huge amount of movement or threat coming from the Indian bowlers at the moment. Let's have some fun.
Well, I think what he's doing is actually going to be embarrassing for particularly Shardul Thakur, but for the whole Indian contingent, because he's making it look like kids play here.
Yeah, that quick reverse of the feet, stays low, helps it on its way. Where is he going to bowl? Oh, is the ball gone? No, is the ball gone soft? Well, come on, guys.
This will be the third time.
Third this morning.
Isn't it, this morning?
Third this morning. If they change it now, that will be, I think it will have lasted 7 overs and a couple of balls. Well, which is longer than the previous one, to be fair. They're getting better.
Yes.
It feels like a couple of boundaries, and the bowler goes, let's have a look at this.
Well, and yet, am I right, Andy, in saying that the laws of the game actually don't make it obligatory on the umpire that because the ball doesn't pass through the ring, one of the rings, they have to change it? It's still within the umpire's discretion, but then they probably just try and be consistent.
I've no idea, Prakash.
I think it's rule number 4.
I'm prepared to trust you on that.
It's rule number 4, and I heard it actually on television yesterday. I think it might have been Nas who was talking about it, saying that, yes, then once they've applied that principle of using the rings, then I guess they have to be consistent through the game. That's my understanding of it. Don't take it as the gospel, because I may be wrong, but that's my understanding anyway. And it's a bit of a mockery, really, with the ball now.
Well, that suitcase looks a lot smaller than the ones of previous days. I think
they've... must be the second suitcase, really.
Yeah, they're getting through to the loss of it. It's a shame that just interrupted a bit of play as well, because I was enjoying that flow from Joe Root. No doubt he'll pick back up where he left off, but
I think if you call Root back like 3 months later, he'll still be the same. He's in such good nick.
He's seeing it like a footballer at the moment.
And look what he's done over the last, maybe 18 months or 2 years thereabouts. He's created a huge gulf between anyone else who was being talked about in the same sort of vein, whether it's Williamson, Kohli, Steve Smith. All of them kind of just been left in the wake of this magnificent journey that Joe Root's on, and taking his team with him. Here's Shardul into Root, bowls down the leg side. Root works it away for a comfortable 1. They'll probably come back for the second. Well, they know they changed their mind as Shami sends the return in. 343 for 3 now. Bairstow 97. This is a chance, because Shardul Thakur has been doing nothing. The crowd is expectant. And there will be an absolute roar, and rightfully so, when Bairstow gets those 3 runs to get him his, 4th and 100 on the trot?
Yeah, 4th consecutive.
4th in 5 innings.
4th in 5 innings. Awesome. Unbelievable almost. Here's Thakur bowls, and he gets one which keeps low, but he's worked it away on the onside. He'll only get 1.
Check.
They're going to check for a no ball. No ball called.
I mean, there's been so many no balls as well. I was going to say maybe the rhythm of the bowlers is just been off as well. Bumrah was quite a high percentage of those, but quite a few of the bowlers have just had a front foot problem.
Yeah, Stokes had that in the first innings, wasn't it? 8 or 9 no balls. But those are now footnotes to what will have to be remembered as another classic England 4th inning chase. Balls shot outside the off stump, left alone by Root. 345 for 3. 33 runs away from victory.
Oh, no.
Another no ball. Oh, wide.
Wide.
Signal wide. That was strange, Hibbs.
Yeah, look, it feels that sometimes that Shardul Thakur is shaking his head. I think even Joe Root thought it wasn't.
Play.
Let's have a little look.
What you think.
It's
bent
gone,
at the knee, wasn't he?
It's gone a fraction over his head. I mean, I'm not sure if you'd expect that to be called a wide.
Yeah, Shardul in bowls and pushed away on the onside. At the rate we're going with technology, it looks like they'll soon have to have a little infrared ray where the beep goes off. But to take you through for what I'm sure will be An absolutely marvellous, magnificent occasion for England and its supporters and indeed the team. It's going to be Jonathan Agnew after a quick word from you, Ebony.
Yeah, well, look, England are in the ascendants here. Johnny Bairstow on the edge and the verge of another important milestone. He'll be desperate to get there, but he looks calm. Joe Root is having a bit of fun. It's good to see him express himself with some flary shots.
Well, I can't believe Johnny Bairstow has nervous 90s anymore. But I reckon this has been the longest he's been this summer. He's on 97. Jadeja comes in, bowls to him. He just pads that away from outside his leg stump. The field is up, mainly mid-on and mid-off. The man out at deep square leg. But there's a short leg, there's a slip, and Jadeja bowls into the rough. Here he comes again. Bairstow waits for him, forward. Plays with the bat this time rather than the pad. Jadeja leans over, picks the ball up. Still the floodlights on. It's all a bit gloomy and a bit eerie, but certainly brightened by the cricket. Jadeja moves in, bowls to Bairstow. Defensive again. Jadeja picks it up. Come on, Johnny, I hear somebody shouting. .98 not out. Jadeja moves in, bowls to him. Oh, that turned. Spat out of the rough. And Bairstow to bring the bat down very quickly there. Played it well. England need 32 more to win. Jadeja creeps in, bowls to Bairstow, hits that quite firmly into the leg side, but actually hits the short leg fieldsman. The ball ricochets to a fielder. There's no run. Bairstow still 98. Steps in again. It's the last ball of the over. Come on, Johnny, they're shouting. Jadeja moves in, bowls to him, and he just simply comes forward and pats that away. Well bowled, Jadeja. Always good to keep a batsman down there.
Got to enjoy the battles within battles, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know he's right on the cusp of a milestone. Don't give it at this end. I like that sort of... Sometimes you throw it to your teammate and say, I'm not letting him get that milestone on my over. Over to you.
Well, Jadeja, of course, let the ball through his legs on the boundary for Bairstow to get his 100 in the first innings. So I think he probably owes his team one. But well, that was well bowled. I mean, you really try and prey on any opportunity like that. Batsman on 98, 99, make him feel anxious. Root's on 126. Thakkor's on his way. He bowls to him and he just guides the ball to third man. He's done this so often. It's a sort of feature of this innings. And now, listen to the crowd. This is more Bairstow's thing. Ball coming onto the bat. It'll be easier, you think, for him to score his 100 now. Much more the pace that he would prefer. The third man, fine leg, deep backward square leg. Thakkor wheels round. Bairstow's on 98. He's standing there, bat raised. Thakkor runs away from us and bowls to Bairstow, who plays this into the offside. Only before one, though. Just a single. He goes to 99. Only two men, two Englishmen, have scored 4 centuries in 5 Test innings before. 3 have done it before. He'll be the 4th. And Thakkor is going to bowl to Root now. Crowd settles back a bit, and he goes and bowls short, and Root pulls it out towards deep mid-wicket. Fielder rushing after it down there. Down he goes in front of the Hollies stand. Fields well, actually. There's Siraj. As always, gives it absolutely everything. 2 more to Root.
Well, come on, Root. Give him a little single. Let Johnny just get the job done.
Well, there's 3 balls to go in the over. The 350 comes up. England need 28 to win. But Bairstow's still marooned down at the non-striker's end. Root on 129. Thakkor moves in, bowls wide outside the off stump, and he cracks that away. That's gone for 4. Square drive off the front foot. Wide ball from Thakkor. And easily put away. 24 to win.
That was pretty stylish, that. A bit of width, but you saw just that front foot get down, then the back leg got right down on the crease and played it nice and square late.
He has played some handsome shots. 133. Thakkor again, bowls to Root. Leg side this time, tucked away. Shrez eyes after this. Although Siraj will probably get it. Oh, again, they've taken 2. There's only 1 ball to go in this over. Well, Thacker wants his sweater now, and the umpire saying, no, you've got to bowl another one. 3.56 for 3. 22 more to win. And England are getting there at a canter. Think how tense everyone was this morning. Still the Indian fans are urging Thakur on. 3.56 for 3. Off he goes. Bowls to Root, who just plays that calmly into the offside. Says, there you go, Johnny. It's all yours again. I think Johnny's thinking, I'd rather have faced Thakur, actually, because I just wanted the ball coming on, but he's got Jadeja to deal with. He bowled very well in that last over. It's tantalising Bairstow by lobbing the ball into the rough outside his leg stump.
Do you think he will take it? He pretty much padded everything away.
Yeah. He just needs 1. It's 12th Test century.
Will Jadeja give him anything?
Second in the match. He's rechecking his guard. Alim Dar says he got it. Jadeja's ready. Still a slip. Short leg. Bringing that man in quite close there at point. Bairstow needs 1. In comes Jadeja. He bowls to him. He simply pads that away. No shot. And although the ball flies to the boundary, they won't count. 356 for 3. Still 22 to win. Alim Dar seriously crosses his arms there. Looks very serious in their job. Bairstow twiddles his bat, looks around. He's looking at that leg side. He wants 1. Jadeja moves in, bowls to him. Oh, back it goes. That was a quicker ball. He gave himself a little bit of room there. Jadeja's holding his head in his hands theatrically. No run. Bairstow waits. Jadeja again moves in, bowls to him. Oh, it almost pops up there to short leg. I think just off the pad. Bairstow goes for a walk. It's probably a good idea.
Yeah, calm down, breathe, refocus, watch the ball out the hand.
Suck in some air. Over his bat again. Jadeja bowls. And he's got it! Flicks ball for wicket. Through they go. And Root punches the air before Bairstow does. And now Root's rushing up the far end where Bairstow's running around, punching the air, his helmet's off.
Director, we have a umpire's review for a run out. Your best side on, please.
They're having an umpire's review for a run out here while the English batsmen are embracing. Johnny Bairstow has scored 100 in each innings of this test. It's his 12th. It's his 4th in 5 innings, and he's the 4th Englishman to do it, which is remarkable.
Wow, congratulations. And India made him wait for that one. The pressure was up this morning.
Ravi Jadeja applauding him there as he comes within 3 or 4 yards of him. That's lovely to see.
Just the review, please.
I can't believe they're running through a run out here at the same time, because it's Root who is past the stumps.
I have a decision. My decision is not out. Repeat, not out.
You can't beat a bit of farce at these moments. But well played, Johnny Bairstow. What a summer he's having. He's leaning on his bat. And the support he had there from Root was wonderful too. It's Jadeja. And Root goes to the reverse sweep now and picks up 1. Down to back, good point. And Bairstow just trots through, the pressure released.
Right, is he going to unleash on this leg side? Will he just sort of open up that front leg?
I think he wants to be there at the end.
You think?
Yeah, there's still 40 minutes to go till lunch yet. It's Jadeja bowling, and he stands up and defends, pats the ball away and gives it to Pant. So, an eventful over, and Johnny Bairstow's statistics are just remarkable. Go on, Andy, you enjoy yourself with those.
This innings reached his 100 from 138 balls. Took him 31 balls to get through the 90s. 1, 6 and 12 fours. As you said, his 12th Test 100. In his 87th Test. He scored 6 in his first 79 up to the end of last year. 6 in 8 Tests in 2012. As you said, 4 in 5 innings only for England. Only Wally Hammond, Graham Gooch and Peter Parfitt have had a run of 4 centuries in 5 innings. I'll wait for some after this ball from Siraj for some more Bairstow stats for you.
Right. How many fours did you say it was?
1, 6, 12 fours.
So, thank you. Well, Siraj is starting again from another end. This is his third spell today, and this is turned away by a route into the leg side. Taking just one there. I feel there's some ground to make up. 19 more to win. 359 for 3. 250 partnership. They started at 150 this morning. That's now 250.
600s this calendar year. He's the first player in Test history to make 600s in a calendar year batting at 5 or lower. Previously, Michael Clark had 5. So Bairstow's equalled and overtaken him in the course of this match.
Bairstow on strike. In goes Siraj. Is there now, and he bowls outside the off stump, and he's thrashed that for 4. Through backward point, no one's moved. Little bit of width, and Bairstow swung the bat. And this could be done pretty quickly now. Wasn't that bad a ball, so a little bit of width.
Yeah, he just wanted any opportunity to open up the shoulders. Now back to the seamers. I think we'll see a few fireworks towards the end of this game. Virat Kohli's head's down. No blowing of kisses anymore.
Siraj bowls. Oh, he thumps it past him for 4 more. Almost took his leg off. He hammered that. And a very good job at Siraj. Well, he didn't really move. He didn't have time to move. He was just on slightly the wrong line to the ball.
Umpire Kettleborough had to get out the way as well. That was coming dead straight.
Oh.
Hit like a rocket.
How do you hit a ball so hard? That's the feature I'll really remember of Bairstow's hundreds this summer, I think, is how hard he's hit the ball. 108 not out. Siraj again runs in, bowls short, and that's been flogged into the leg side. It's another 4. Bairstow's looking to finish this. Siraj is going round the park. 7 to win. There's 2 balls left in the over. And Bumrah approaches from mid-off. It's not really, you can really offer much really to your young bowler at this stage. Quiet, keep going or something. But it's a bit of a massacre now. 371 for 3. Siraj again runs in, bowls. It's short. Actually, that's a good bouncer. And just rather unsettled, Johnny Bairstow. They won't be finished in this over. Still 7 to win. And England on course here to record their highest ever run chase. Knocking them off with 7 wickets in hand.
Yeah, nice little short ball in the end. Just over the shoulder. Making Johnny think.
Just quickly, Bairstow is the 12th England player to have 2 centuries in the same test.
He goes Siraj and he bowls to him and he works into the leg side. He'll keep the strike. 6 to win. With Bairstow on strike. And presumably Jadeja to bowl. This could be interesting. So he does take on that leg side boundary. He finished the last match with a 6. Who was the last England batsman to complete consecutive test matches with a 6?
Well, at a guess, Haggers, no one's ever done that.
Oh, it's only a guess, though.
It is a guess.
I don't like guessing. Jadeja from the far end moves in, bowls to Bairstow. It won't end necessarily with a 6. It's been clipped away for a single to backward point, and Root is on strike.
Well, he's going for that reverse, is he? And we've seen him try and pull that out quite a few times. Come off successfully a couple.
373 for 3. England need 5. Jadeja bowls. There's the reverse sweep. It's 4. Scores are tied. And it'll fall to Joe Root this time, probably, to hit the winning runs. Bairstow comes down and thumps him by the glove. It's a beautifully struck reverse sweep too, by the way.
It's the best one he's come off with, actually. He tried a few earlier, didn't quite get that timing and that angle, but this time, absolutely nailed.
It's taken an hour and a half for England to get this far. England need 1 to win. Jadeja bowls and Root on the front foot turns out to short leg and the crowd goes, ooh. Anticlimactic. England need 1. Jadeja over the wicket bowls. A Root goes for the first sweep. They're going to go for it. Little scuffed shot, but it doesn't matter. And England have recorded their highest ever score to win a Test match, batting in the 4th innings. And they've done it with consummate ease, with ridiculous ease. They haven't lost a wicket this morning. And they've knocked off those 119 to win in an hour and a half. There's handshakes all round. Johnny Bairstow, who scored 2 centuries in this game, shakes hands with the umpires. Joe Root is out there as well, shaking hands, including with Virat Kohli, whose tally of centuries Joe Root himself has overtaken this morning. What a scene. And 3 months ago, this was a team that didn't believe it could beat anybody. And they've trounced the world champions 3-0. And they've now beaten India. And they've levelled this series. It's a remarkable transformation. That fear of failure has been eliminated. And they now believe they can beat anybody. And it's gone literally from bottom to top like that in a very short space of time. Radio 4 Longwave listeners, you will be back for all the reaction as usual, but you're now away for your shipping forecast. Bairstow and Root turn round and wave their bats to the crowd at the far end of Edgbaston. And the Indian players line up and they wait now. They've got their arms wrapped round each other. They're surrounded by photographers inevitably. What a moment that is to treasure and to savour. It's that transformation, really. Ben Stokes is down there, so much behind all of this too, of course. Bear hugs for both of them. And now, sportingly, the England players and the Indian players all shaking hands, slaps on the back as they all go round there. As that series finally comes to an end, hung over, of course, from last summer. It ended in handshakes and smiles, and it's ended at 2-2, England winning by 7 wickets. So, Ebony, some thoughts from you? I'm going to head off out into the celebrations down there. I think what tough is looking for company. This will be fun. And Dan Norcross will hold things together up here.
Well, an incredibly entertaining Test match. History witnessed, and I think the scariest bit is the fact that they chased down with only 3 wickets, Dan. It makes you start to think, what is possible in this Baz Ball generation? I don't know. I'm scared. I'm excited, but I'm scared for the future. And it's also great to just think back to the winter and how bad it looked and how it felt like there was, little hope and this team was going backwards. We looked some good decisions. I think we also have to mention Rob Key making decisions of people like Brendan McCullum, a different way. Ben Stokes comes in. I'm excited for the next phase.
I can't make a lot of sense of it. I thought that India had thrown it away a little bit in their 3rd innings by not really putting the foot on England's throat, so to speak, and getting up to 450 or 500. But I'm now thinking that it wouldn't have made any difference.
Not the way they're going about it.
Well, I suppose it would have made a difference in that India would have had the use of a second new ball. And maybe on reflection, they'll look back at that 3rd innings, and it's happened a fair bit this summer, hasn't it? New Zealand a couple of times in the 3rd innings didn't quite get as far ahead as they might have liked to have done. But then England surprised us with these absurd record run chases. And have you ever seen 2 batters in the form of their life like this, playing together? It's amazing.
Yeah, it's great, but I also think the tone was set by Alex Lees and Zach Crawley. That clearly comes from the confidence. So it allowed them to come out going, look, we've got that start that we would need to chase something down. And then they are just seeing the ball in another stratosphere, to be honest. What I like as well is the flexibility of these characters. Joe Root comes in, and you were talking about it on highlights last night, the way he works the ball, milks the ball, just keeps things moving so the bowlers can't get set. And then Johnny Bairstow showing that he can, he doesn't have to always bludgeon the ball. He's got that Test match mindset. When he needs to keep things calm, he does. And when he needs to take the attack, he does. It's just great to see that flexibility within the batting lineup.
Mark, I don't quite understand what we've witnessed here. The highest run chase in England's history by a considerable margin, 19 more than the previous one. That one ended with everybody in the Headingley box with no fingernails left, and England win by 1 wicket with one of the innings of the ages. But we've sort of seen 2 innings for the ages in this, and no tension at all, and England romped to victory.
Yeah, and I think there's lots of elements that come together. First and foremost, it's the skill of the England batsmen and the manner in which they've played. That must be said. It's a big thing to, when you get picked for your country, and it's the pinnacle of your career, to go out and play in such a fashion, almost with abandon, to shake off that importance of the match, really, and for what it means to your career. It's not easy to shake that off. The England environment has managed to do it. It's a huge thing. So first and foremost, the skill of the England players. I think we've had a perfect storm, really, in certain elements coming together that have helped that, i.e. the pitches have been very good. They've retained how good they are. Yesterday, watching the cricket with the sun out, the pitch looked baked, flat. It didn't deteriorate as perhaps we've seen in the past. So that also helped. The new ball did nothing for the Indian seamers. It hardly moved off the straight, and there was no real spin for Jadeja. So lots of elements sort of came together to kind of aid the England cause and the run chase. And I guess, India, of course, Jasprit Bumrah, the Indian captain, first time as a captain. And I think he ran out of ideas, quite frankly. They will review their tactics, I'm sure, for their bowling, where they conceded a lot of runs on the leg side, which is unusual in Test cricket. So that's something that the Indian team will look at. And also, as you mentioned, the way that their second innings pretty much came to an end in very soft circumstances. The dismissals, when they could have really put the foot on England's throat, they kind of let England back in. I say let England back into the game. It's a huge run chase.
It didn't feel like it.
We keep coming back to the numbers.
Yeah.
But when you put the elements together, the flatness of the pitch, no movement for the Indian seamers, no real spin for Jadeja, suddenly you had all the ingredients for England to come out and play in the manner, and they did. And there was a wobble. It got very tense around tea time, just after, when we had the run out of Alex Lees. Ollie Pope went quickly, and you just wondered, is this going to be a real wobble? But the calmness and the assurance of Bairstow and Root, they never really looked in any trouble. They took their time, they played themselves in, and then they just seemingly scored at will.
You mentioned Jadeja got no turn, and it's true. Jack Leach did get a bit, actually, and he was causing a few problems, and the wicket of Rishabh Pant feels to be really important, actually. Thinking back to yesterday, he got in with a reverse sweep, which he caught up with, and Root took that splendid reaction catch, but he'd forced Pant into doing that because he was actually turning the ball a fair bit out of the foot marks, a lot more than Jadeja did. Other guys, I suppose, who'll look at their shot. Shreyas Iyer, he just pushes a little short ball straight into the hands of Anderson at mid-wicket. The tail didn't bat particularly intelligently, did it? And there are players there who can bat. We've seen what Bumrah can do. We've seen what Shami can do. But I wonder, I was talking to a couple of guys in the green room there, and they were saying, well, India's not adapted to the game England are playing, because England are playing white ball cricket when they're batting out there. And maybe Jadeja needed to bowl more white ball. Maybe Bumrah needs to have some more variations, more slower balls. I think back to Lords last year when he sort of broke the game at Lords when he got Ollie Robinson out, I think it was. Or was it Butler? Ollie Robinson out, coming from round the wicket, and he bowled us a slower cutter into the pitch. It's a very white ball, very T20 IPL type ball. Got him LBW. There just wasn't that variety. And Bairstow's defending the ball so well when it's straight, and then just whacking anything that's in his half. I wonder if they could have mixed it up a bit.
Well, I'm sure those will be questions that they'll be asking themselves. I think with the pitch remaining so good and there's so little movement either in the air or off the pitch, it was a very difficult task for the Indian bowling attack, no question about it. I do agree with you that they potentially could have mixed their pace up a little bit. But if you look at it, the wickets that came, obviously Alex Lees was run out, but the dismissal of Crawley was for a ball that came back from outside off stump. and the batter made a mistake, a misjudgment. And then a delivery that Ollie Pope nicked, which was probably around 4.5 stump, just had a little flirt with it. It bounced a bit on him and he nicked it behind, which a batsman can do early in their innings. But those 2 dismissals came through orthodox line and length in Test cricket. And India seemed to get dragged into bowling very straight, which perhaps is a white ball tactic, not to allow players width to throw their arms at the ball. But the England batsman, particularly Joe Root, who had over 50% of his runs yesterday, were down to fine leg or through square leg. Now that is a ridiculously high number in Test cricket. So I also think he perhaps let things drift a little bit, Jasprit Bumrah, rather than setting England a new problem. Look, it's tough, but I'm sure the Indians will be asking many questions.
Thanks, Mark. Well, you stick around because there'll be much more chew cutting to be done. But we're going to head down to Jonathan Agnew, who's down there, I believe. Hello, Jonathan.
Yes, hello, Dan. What an extraordinary morning it's been. An hour and a half for England to knock off those 119 more runs they needed. That incredible stand worth more than 250. Started at 150, and I'm gazing into the eyes of someone who's, well, I don't know, Joe, if your batting can get better and better, but it just seems to.
I'm really enjoying it at the minute. And it's great fun, it's great environment, great atmosphere. And I think guys generally get the best out of themselves when they're having fun, and trying to keep that as much as possible. Turn up to training, looking forward to it, enjoying it. And similarly, when you get the opportunities out there in the middle, it's relish the opportunity and the challenge. And when you've got guys constantly putting bowlers under pressure at the other end, it does make it a lot easier for you. And I think we're really seeing to start to see how big an impact playing in this manner can have on this format of the game.
And personally, I mean, can you judge individual hundreds as they come? I mean, it just seemed to be that one had everything. It had your full repertoire in there.
No, it obviously felt like I played nicely. At times, felt like it was a bit of a struggle, but sometimes that's what you need just to get you through those difficult moments. And obviously, put us under pressure, running Leesy out. That cluster of wickets there, and knew how crucial it was that we got that partnership going. And so the form Johnny's in at the minute, it's a joy to stand at the other end and watch him go about his business. So it's great when you sat up there in the dressing room, you know that whatever they set you, we're going for it. We're going to take it down, and there's full confidence and belief in the ability that we have to go and do that. And the 4 chasers that you've seen this summer, they've sort of got better and better. And I think the nice thing about this one was, firstly, the opening partnership, the way that they put them under pressure. Looking at arguably one of the best attacks in world cricket, and the 2 young lads came out the blocks as they did, but it wasn't reckless, it was calculated, it was smart batting, and it really laid the foundations and set the platform for us to go on and do what we did. And it's always difficult as a fielding side to recover from something like that. And when me and Johnny got that partnership going again, felt like they sort of broken the back of the chase and made it a little bit more comfortable for us. So a lot of credit has to go to those 2. They were exceptional.
Of course. It's interesting looking at the 50s and the scoring rate, in that the first 2, yes, run a ball. It was a run a ball after that, but then that middle one, when you and Johnny first came together, I think it was 104 balls for the 50s. So it just suggests that even with Bazball, there is that opportunity or necessity actually just to start again.
Yeah, and I don't think at any stage there's an expectation that every over has to go at 6 and over or more. Like, I think the really important part of Test cricket is recognising crucial moments in the game and being able to absorb pressure. That's something we speak about there all the time. And I think we've done it well. But the thing that we've started to do really well is when we get the opportunity to put it back on the opposition, we've taken it and we've been ruthless with it and drove it home extremely well. And that's something that we've just got to keep doing more and more often, and keep enjoying, and keep that confidence from the way that we've been playing, because I can imagine when you're playing against it, it's very intimidating. It must be very difficult to captain and to set plans against as an opposing team.
Have you had to change your mindset at all? I mean, you'll put me away, Joe, if you want to. Just looking at the first innings, perhaps, you were just looking like you were trying to, actually straining a bit to move on with things. Is that a fair comment or not?
I just don't think I quite got myself going, to be honest. You have some days where it's harder than others, and even in the second innings, throughout this whole game, the first first half of that second innings, the first innings as you mentioned, it felt like a real battle, and struggled just to get some sort of rhythm and feeling out there. But that's how Test cricket can be sometimes, and it's just, I suppose, trying to stay mentally strong enough to know that if you stay out there long enough and you get a partnership going, and like I say, when Bluey's going at the other end like that, he's putting the pressure on him. Your fielders go, you can start to rotate and you relax, and the board's always moving, and like everything becomes a lot easier. And that's where dovetailing and partnership batting is so important and so useful. And he got me going really. Some days you wake up and as you know, as a bowler, it comes out your hand really nice and you feel in real rhythm, and other days you don't, and you just got to work hard until it clicks in. And thankfully it sort of clicked in towards the back end of last night and then this morning again.
Yeah. Have you changed your mindset at all? I mean, you're a busy batsman anyway. You score at a rate, but are you conscious of what's going on around? Yeah,
in periods of it, yeah, definitely. It feels like at times it's very much similar role to what I do in the white ball team. Someone like Johnny's going, give him as many balls as you can, get him striking and putting pressure on the opposition as often as possible. And then there are other times where they come into your areas and you try and make it difficult for them to bowl 6 balls in the same spot. And I guess just trying to manage your game as smartly and as low risk as possible, but while still putting the opposition under pressure where you can.
Joe, it's been a delight to watch you bat. Thank you for the entertainment. It's been brilliant. Well played. Go and enjoy your day. There we are. Joe Root scored his 28th century today, and played a huge part in seeing England home. As usual, he sort of played his part down as he tends to do, and he's walked straight off the field, having scored those runs. He's done a round of interviews. So to see that smile again, Tuffers, it's really nice. He's a sparky fellow, and he had a hard time in the Ashes and West Indies, but to see the smile on the face and the way that he's batting at the moment is incredible.
It's sublime batting. It's just relentless ticking over of the strike and gorgeous shots for 4. It is just something to behold. Absolute privilege to be here this morning. And as he said, such a smile. Him and Johnny Bairstow, when they knocked off those runs, great big hug and everything. It's great to see. But I mean, let's not just forget, it's the batting. He's made that look routine, John. He just knocked it off. We came in this morning slightly nervous, didn't we? All us old timers. If they lose a couple of wickets, we could be in trouble. Not a care in the world. Just went about his business. Never looked like giving a chance or getting out.
It's worth a reminder. If you look through the match, India put into about 416.
I know.
England bowled out for 284 in 60 overs, so a lead of 132, and it could have been worse than that if Johnny Bairstow hadn't got his 100. And then India, well, they were beautifully set up, but then bowled out for 245, but still 378 to win. It's enormous, and England knocked them off by 7 wickets.
I know. I'm just trying to take it all in, mate, and absorb it and what have you. I mean, listen, if they were set 550, I think they would have knocked them off. It's as simple as that. They had no answers, India, to just some amazing batting and an amazing game of cricket. Well done, mate.
Here's Ben Stokes. I don't know how to start this. I mean, it just seems to get better and better.
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah.
Think about it.
Yeah. Don't know. I don't really have much for you, to be honest. I guess yeah.
I was just running through the course of that match with Tuffers. I mean, it's worth remembering that India scored 416. England gave away a lead of 132. Obviously came back in that second innings to bowl about 245, but still, all those runs to score 378. I mean, that's immense.
It's just the change, you talking about mindset and everything like that, but when you've got real clarity in what you want to achieve as a team and how you want to play the game, it makes things a lot easier, if that makes sense. Like, we know what we were going to do. We were always going to go out and try and chase us down, from the get-go. I think a great way to explain it is that teams may be better than us, but teams will not be braver than us.
Is that your mantra?
That was actually, quote Jack Leach. He said that to me about 2 minutes ago. So, and it's fantastic, way to sum it up at the moment.
The fear of failure has gone. That almost feeling from the Ashes and West Indies of almost inevitability of defeat has gone. How has that happened?
Well, I think I could just go back to what I said about 40 seconds ago. It's the clarity that we've got within the team, within the dressing room, and it's just...
That's easy to say, Ben. I mean, how have you actually done it?
That's it. It's the language that we speak and the mentality that we get across to everybody. You know, it's amazing when you change the mindset and the language that you use in the dressing room. The results have looked after themselves in a way. It's just how we play the game. That's been the most important thing, and from 5 weeks ago, that was the main thing, and yeah, awesome.
I mean, do you remember standing on that outfield at Grenada and how everyone felt then? It just felt like rock bottom, and to be standing here, it's only 3 months ago, 4 games ago, the whole thing's been turned around.
Yeah, well, obviously don't want to dwell on that because it's not what we're about. It's a complete new look England, the way that we go about it and everything like that. So, everything's just about building on what we've achieved over the last 5 weeks. So, yeah, it's just an amazing place to be right now, the England team.
Let's talk about these 2 Yorkshiremen then. I mean, the form they're in is staggering.
Well, yeah, as the Yorkshiremen say, strong Yorkshire, strong England. But that couldn't be more true right now. These 2 are just phenomenal. Ruti has been for 10 years. Johnny has just been honestly ridiculous over the last 4 or 5 weeks. And he's got runs, but it's the way that he's done it in. It's just exactly what we talk about. And he's embraced it, he's gone out there and done it, and I just think the clarity that he's now been given in his role in the middle order has really helped him go on and do what he's done over the last 5 weeks. This is like watching Johnny play white ball cricket at the moment. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah. And the openers, the way they came out at the start of that second innings?
Yeah, look, when you're chasing 380, obviously the tone's always set by the openers. And I think it was pretty obvious, even after the first 2 overs, what we were going to do. So, obviously Ruti and Johnny, and rightly so, will get the plaudits for that run chase, but you've got to set run chases up. And what Zach and Leesy did at the top there was phenomenal against Jasprit Bumrah and Mohammad Shami. That's not an easy thing to do, what they did there. That probably get overlooked, but so much credit has got to go to Zach and Leesy at the top of the order about the way that they approached it and who they did it against. It was great viewing.
Do you set targets? Are you looking down the line? I mean, are you looking further ahead than the first test against South Africa?
Funny, obviously, Leesy and Zach put on the fastest ever 100-run partnership, and I told Leesy that, and his response was, right, well, we'll break it.
And that's good enough for you.
Yeah.
So it is. It's those targets. It's bettering. It's faster. It's harder. It's more and more positive.
Yeah. It's phenomenal. I wish people could actually really understand what's going on in this dressing room right now. It's incredible. I honestly, if I say something, I'm just blabbering on. But all I can say is it's just incredible.
What music are you playing?
Don't know, one of Baz's dodgy Spotify playlists, but as well, yeah.
It's working. Yeah. Go on, Ben, enjoy yourself. Thank you very much. Well, I don't know. I think even the captain's a bit lost for words with all of that. I mean, you probably couldn't hear that because they're all going on toughers, but I mean, even Ben seems quite lost for words in a way to describe it or to put into words the change that's happened.
Just hearing the crowd appreciating Johnny Bairstow for those 2 wonderful back-to-back innings. I mean, really, it's something special, isn't it, John? You're right. I mean, I was just sitting there trying to sort of let it all sink in. The chases that have been achieved this summer have been absolutely extraordinary. And here he comes. Here he comes.
He's putting his champagne down. Hang on a minute. It's time for a photograph. But I think Johnny Bairstow has been on 5 Live more often than the Prime Minister these last few weeks. Johnny, I don't know what to say really. I mean, you've been on the radio more often than the Prime Minister these last few weeks. It's incredible. It's going from strength to strength.
Not sure that's a good thing or not.
Well, I was going to say, I think it's a good thing in this case, Johnny.
It's great. I mean, every time I get to speak to you, it's normally a good thing after a game. Yeah. So long may it continue. But yeah, Ruti's obviously got this award. I mean, extremely special the way he's playing, isn't it? And he's been playing for so long. I mean, it's awesome. It's a great environment that we're in at the moment. It's a fantastic way in which we're playing our cricket. Everyone's really enjoying playing and each other's success, and that's a huge part of it.
Yeah, you see, he gave you credit for how he's playing, and you're giving him credit for how you're playing. So where does it work out?
Well, just we'll share it.
Yeah.
Because if we're out there in the middle and spending time in the middle and together, we're in a good place.
Yeah.
We've done it for a long, long time together.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, you started out as kids together. You have a long time, and here you are sharing that to knock off the highest ever. I mean, that must be incredible.
Yeah, it is really special. I mean, to knock off 370, whatever it was, I can't remember, 3 down. Obviously, it is very special. It's something that we will never forget. And I think after, was it day 2 or something, I got asked about what do you think's too many, and do you think you're going to go for it and everything. I said whatever the set, we'll try and chase it down, and that's exactly what we did from the opening partnership. The way that Alex and Zach went out and started the innings, I mean, a huge amount of credit has to go to them with the way in which they went about it. The brand of cricket that we're trying to play, it was epitomised by that opening stand. It's not going to work every single time, but the intensity and the pressure that they put on world-class bowling in the 4th innings of a test match on day 4, it takes a huge amount of guts, a huge amount of courage and a huge amount of skill.
And support too, knowing that if it didn't go wrong, actually they would be backed.
Absolutely, and the skill level that they showed in order to go down there. I mean, for Alex to run down, then to reverse sweep, then to slog sweep Jadeja, I mean, he's bowling at nearly 60 miles an hour into the rough. That takes a serious amount of skill and courage, and obviously the way that Zach's gone about his batting, look, there are going to be times the way in which he plays that it doesn't work out, but yesterday he was pretty much set for a massive score. The way in which he manipulated the bowling, when it came onto his legs, he clipped it through mid-wicket, and the contact points that he was playing with and getting his head into the ball, and it was just a pleasure to watch. It really was a pleasure to watch, and then that sets the tone for everything else, for Joe and I to then come in after 20 overs or 30 overs or whatever it was to then, well, try and finish the job.
Hammond, Parfitt, Gooch,
Stood watching Johnny bat at the minute.
Bairstow.
So much fun. The way he's playing.
400s in 5 test innings. That's all that's done it. Some decent names in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, some pretty special.
You and Walter Hammond.
I know. Who'd have thought it? Who'd have thought it? But no, look. Hopefully, it can keep going in that way. I mean. Yeah, I'm just living in the moment with my feet where they are at this moment in time. And
are you practicing? I mean, it's a silly question, maybe, but are you actually going in nets and risking dodgy surfaces or anything?
No, I'm not.
No, I didn't think you would.
I'm not really hitting too many balls. I'm having probably 5 minutes and walking out and just trusting myself and my ability. That's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, look, it's about confidence and going in with a huge amount of confidence. Look, going back to the old school, a few normal throwdowns, yeah, a few cuts, a few pulls, a few drives. Happy days. Yeah, I'm good. Thanks very much. And going from there, and it has gone back to the old school a bit. From right, okay, we're not meeting at 10 o'clock for the 11 o'clock start. We're getting here a bit later, doing what everyone needs to do, getting yourself right, to then be ready for the 11 o'clock. It's not the norm. People think the norm is right. We'll have to meet at 10 o'clock, and then we'll have to do a team warm up and at 10 past until 20 past, and then we have to do slips, and then we have to do this, and then we have to do that. It's a case of right. We'll come together at 10:50 for an 11 o'clock start, having done everything. On day 1 it's different, we all get together, but then during the game we're adapting to the situation of the game, to different circumstances, which is great. There's a coffee run in the morning, all the lads in the WhatsApp group.
I've seen you with that.
Yeah, there's a coffee run, so everyone's taking it in turns to get the coffees and what have you. It's just really good fun, and I think that's coming across in the manner in which we're playing. A massive credit has to go to the bowlers as well, to take 80 wickets in the last 4 test matches.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll be able to find out, but I can't imagine that's been done consecutively too many times. And then, yeah, the runs that the guys are scoring in the way in which they're scoring them is, yeah, it's great crack. I guess it's just good fun.
You can tell it is. Go and enjoy it, Johnny. I keep saying that to you. Go and enjoy it. I know you are. You can see you are. Good man. There we go, Johnny Bairstow. He's having an extraordinary time, isn't he? A great crack, Aggers, a great crack. I mean, what can you say?
Well, it's coming across, isn't it? You know, so many smiles on so many faces. We turn up, we get the coffee, we react to the day's play, sort of in the dressing room. You know, it's not the same old stuff and everything. It's just wonderful to see. I mean, it's just been an amazing summer of Test cricket. I mean, we've seen some of the best chases you'll ever likely to see in Test match cricket. It just gets better and better, and there's nothing better than a run chase, is there? And to do it in that style and with that ease was just something to behold.
Let's get deep over. It's very noisy deep. I hope you can hear me. And obviously Jasprit Bumrah is speaking at the moment, so I guess there'll be some more noise. But I don't know, has it sort of sunk in a bit? What's happened here? I mean, you still had a faint hope this morning, but I think you recognised that it was an uphill battle.
Yeah, talking about sinking in, I mean, I started preparing myself from last night itself. So I did a fair bit of work last night as far as that is concerned. But yeah, having said that, obviously you had that little hope coming here this morning, picking up early wickets, and we've seen that happen before as well. But unfortunately, too good. Bairstow and Joe Root were very, very good again this morning. And and you got it off your hat and say, you know what? You just lost to a better side. Lost to guys who just outplayed you and outthought you.
What do you make of this style of cricket? Now, Alex Lees, yes, he plays shots in T20 cricket. He doesn't in first-class cricket. He is a dependable technique. Third ball of the innings, he charges Mohammad Shami and hoiks him over mid-wicket. Jadeja comes on. How's he going to play him? Well, he danced down the pitch and smashed him straight. He reverse swept him. I mean, there is a change here. Do you think it's going to catch on? Do you think everyone is going to start playing like this? What do you reckon the impact is?
First of all, it's obviously bittersweet. Bitter from a very Indian perspective. I mean, chasing down 378. But sweet when you look at the bigger picture and you look at it and say, you know what? We've been talking about how do we revive Test match cricket, how we get more viewership, more people following this format. And this is so refreshing. And this will definitely will be adapted by the other teams as well, because the success that England's got playing that with that approach, playing that way in the last 4 Test matches, and I hope England goes on and get more success playing this approach, because that's when it'll convince the others as well, because getting the right resources to play this approach is not too difficult in this day and age when you're growing up, this generation and the upcoming generation are growing up on a staple diet of T20 cricket. So having players and resources to play this approach is not going to be difficult. But yeah, I mean, it boils down to how much success England gets, playing this way, which they already have fair bit.
Well, that's the question, though, ongoing, isn't it? I mean, if they lose a couple of games playing like this.
And I guess the other important thing is the pitches so far has been really good to bat on. What would be the approach be and how successful this approach will be on pitches which are a little more helpful for the bowlers, let's say whether it's seaming or turning. So again, I mean, so far so good, but there'll be a few more tests up ahead, and I hope England are successful playing this approach, because that's only going to make Test match more interesting and more viewers coming and following this format.
We're going to wander off and go and speak to Jasprit Bumrah in a second. Mark Ramprakash is listening upstairs too. What do you make of that, Mark, and the question of other teams adopting this approach?
Yeah, Aggers, there's no question that the schoolboys will be watching this all around, and schoolgirls obviously all around the country, and want to emulate their heroes. Absolutely no question about it. It is a shot in the arm for Test cricket. It's been wonderful entertainment, and it will trickle down, and you will see club cricketers all over the country look to try and emulate their heroes. Of course, I think it's just the mindset. There are pitches that are not going to be as flat as this one, and batting will be tricky, but it's more the mindset that's the key thing. It's the attitude that if you get the opportunity to score, that you absolutely latch onto that ball and try and score. And I think that's the key thing. Joe Root, he said in the first innings he was a little bit out of rhythm. In the second innings, it was more like the Joe Root that we're used to seeing. He played to his strengths. Bairstow has played to his strengths, and that's the difference. Of course, players who are evolving, like Alex Lees, who's trying to establish himself at this level, to have the confidence and backing from your coach, your captain, and all your teammates. It's just, you can see his chest is puffed out. He absolutely believes in what he's doing. It's an amazing transformation in what we've seen in previous years.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I think, did you hear me chatting to Ben Stokes? I mean, he seemed to have difficulty almost in putting the whole thing into words. Things are happening, and they're happening very fast. But he seems to find it quite difficult to actually explain it. Did you think that as well?
Absolutely, yeah. I guess he's just caught up in the whole emotion of it. He's obviously doing a lot right, and sometimes with characters like, say, a Ben Stokes. I mean, just his presence, and Baz McCullum actually. Just their presence in the dressing room. They don't necessarily have to give Churchillian speeches, but their presence, the way they went about their cricket, it can be really inspirational. They're aligned, they think the same way on the game, and we are seeing that run into the team in all aspects of their cricket. The belief, conceding big first innings scores, and yet they still retain the mindset to how can they try to win from whatever position they're in. It was actually the captain, Ben Stokes, who knocked over the lower order of India to finish off their second innings and help England have that target to chase. So, he was struggling for words, and I think we're all just taking it in, listening to everybody. Phil Tufnell, Deep. It's something new that we're seeing at the very top of the game in a format where, I don't know for how long, 150 years or whatever. It's been played at a different rhythm, and T20 with the modern day player playing T20, which is such a quick game, that is now moving into the longer format, and each team, and the England team, are trying to dominate proceedings. That's how they're trying to go about their business.
Yeah. We've moved slightly. We're waiting to speak to the Indian captain, Jasprit Bumrah, who's casting a rather lonely figure at the moment. He's up there on the podium, waiting for his teammates and England too, of course, to come and join him, because it is a shared series. So everyone will be going up there together to celebrate and lift the trophy and so on. But the poor fellow's standing there, arms folded, waiting for the others. So we're just behind the England team at the moment. Shorts and so on, looking quite relaxed. The Indian team, but disappointed. Over to our right-hand side, if it's joining us, England have won, and they've won handsomely, won at a canter by 7 wickets, and it took them about an hour and a half to knock off that record target this morning. So Ben Stokes is about finishing up down there, I think. Do you think everyone's going to play like this? Toughers? I mean, is this the future of the game?
Well, I don't know whether everyone has the ability to play like this. I think people are going to start looking around at personnel in their teams and who can sort of like come up with this brand or this fashion of cricket. I mean, it's thrilling to watch, and it really is exciting. You turn up every day and just not quite know where's the ceiling going to be. What's the next step forward for Test match cricket? Well, I think it's this. I really, really do. And they haven't been bowled over. It's not 3-day Test matches, is it? It's all gone to the 5th day with some fantastic cricket to view and some exciting, just exciting moments of the game. I think that, as Ramps was saying, people now, they're not going to get bogged down in Test cricket. They're going to go for the counter punch every time.
Right, let's have a quick conversation with He's the acting Indian captain. Jasprit, it's a tough game for you as the first game as captain.
Test cricket is never easy, isn't it? We don't expect any easy games. That's why you love Test cricket. Even if you've got good 3 days, you still have to come back and again give good performances. That's what happened. We had good 3 days, but on the 4th day we were a little short with the bat and we let the opposition in. So yeah, that's the way the game goes.
I mean, that really is it, isn't it? I mean, if you look at the scores of the game, I mean, you dominated so much of it.
Yeah, but that's what I said, isn't it? Test cricket is hard, and that is why every day you have to keep fighting and keep coming up with good performances. That is the beauty of it, and we fell short on the 4th day, so we let the opposition in.
Did you still think you had a chance this morning?
Of course, we always feel we have a chance. We went in with very good intensity. Obviously, things didn't work out, but we gave it our absolute best. And then whatever the result came our way, we are accepting it.
Can I talk to you about Bazball? What do you think of the way English cricket is playing? You're rolling your eyes like you haven't really heard of it yet, but I think it'll catch on, Jasper. Do you think that more and more people will play the way that England are now?
See, I have not really given it too much thought, to be very honest, that how they are playing cricket. But if we are executing our things, if we are as a confident team, if we would have been ticking all boxes, then we would have been in very good space. Yes, whatever works for England team, good on them. That has been successful for them against New Zealand as well, and this worked today as well. But that is a sustainable way that they have to figure out. For us, we were very happy with the way we started, but if we would have been good on the fourth day, we would have backed our chances. So yeah, good on them, good for England cricket if they're trying to change their approach. But for our team, I've not really given it a thought.
I don't think Rahul Dravid is quite a Bazball man. He's the wall. I think they're both very different. Jasper, it's lovely to see you. Thank you so much, and we'll catch up with you again soon. There we go. I don't think Bazball's going to India anytime soon. But I'd say I don't think Rahul Dravid's quite the man either. But there you go. I mean, actually, funny enough, I don't think he'd heard of Bazball. It's clearly an expression that hasn't reached the Indian dressing room yet.
Well, it's a bit of a... I'm not a fan of Bazball, I must admit. But I'm a fan of the cricket that comes from it. Yeah. And I think that... the likes of India will look to adopt this. As Deep was saying, they've got so many good attacking sort of one-day players that it's going to be full of excitement as well. And I think people now are just going to start having a look all around the world about let's just reevaluate how we play Test cricket.
And when we meet again, Deep, I wonder if Rahul Dravid, I say, he's not necessarily that kind of player, but perhaps he is now. Maybe he looks at the wider game and how it's changed. He himself, of course, wouldn't have played in this sort of a way. But I just wonder if the Test matches, the next series that we play, will be played more like that.
I won't be surprised, but because if you look at the Indian side, I mean, let's say KL Rahul, Rohit Sharma, they all play T20 cricket, they all play all the three formats, Virat, they're all stroke players any which way. So I won't be surprised if, but again, as we were talking about, we'll see how it goes and how successful this approach is on different kind of pitches and conditions. And if it is, then absolutely is.
Okay. Good to see you, Deep. Thanks so much for your company. Tuffers, as always, too. It's been great fun down here. It's been noisy, a terrific entertainment, and great to catch up with all those players, too, that we've interviewed in the last 15 minutes or so. A wonderful, unforgettable win for England, and they've knocked off those runs in just an hour and a half this morning. Tuffers is away. You'll catch him on the highlights later. Dan, I'm going to hand it up to you to close things up.
Thank you, Jonathan. Charlie Ross said, our view from the boundary man, he said, you guys have the best job in the world. It didn't feel like that for much of the previous 12 months, in the middle of the night, watching England perform so badly in one-sided test matches. But Andy Zaltzman, when you just watch 4 test matches like that, regardless of who wins, it doesn't really matter who wins, the way they've been playing, it's just scintillating, it's thrilling, isn't it?
It is extraordinary. But yeah, I enjoy the job, whatever the result, Dan. But looking at the fourth innings only this summer, England have scored 78 runs per wicket in the fourth innings, 1,252 runs, 16 wickets lost, and they've scored at 4.8 and over in these. So their highest chase today, the 3 others in their top 15 highest chases in 4 consecutive matches. So it's been a truly extraordinary sequence of matches. And we're just looking at Root and Bairstow specifically. Johnny Bairstow in 8 tests this year has scored 994 runs, more than in his 24 previous test matches. He scored 600s in those 8 tests. He'd scored 6 in his 79 test career up to the end of 2021. It's the most centuries ever scored in a calendar year of Test cricket, batting at 5 or lower in the order. Only one other player, Michael Clarke, in 2013 had more than 4 centuries at 5 or lower in a calendar year. Since coming to the crease in the second innings in Nottingham, he's now 589 for 3 from 96 and a half overs individually. So little over a day's play. He's 589 for 3.
That's an average of 196 by my reckoning.
It's pretty tidy. Yes, it's the 12th instance of an England player scoring 2 centuries in a match. Only Dennis Compton of the previous 11 instances has done so batting at 5 or lower. Joe Root, 737 runs in the series in the end. That's including the 4 games last summer and this game. That's the 5th most by an England player in a Test series. He scored 600s in his last 8 home tests. So the 5 tests against India plus the 3 against New Zealand. He'd only had 1 home century in the previous 22. So we've seen 2 players reaching a sort of peak of batting perfection in their different ways. Bairstow had a prolonged dip in his career. Root had, without being sort of, consistently failing, he hadn't scored consistent centuries for a long time before the start of 2021, and his conversion rate since then, 11 out of 17 half centuries. Prior to that, 6 out of 32 he'd converted into hundreds. Bairstow, 400s in 5 innings. The innings in between was 71 not out off 44 balls, when he seemed on course for possibly 1,000 in about 3 hours had the game not ended. So
he denied Root 100 there, didn't he? Was
yes.
It? Yes.
So these 100 stats could be even better, but for each other, essentially. So it's been glorious to watch. Just quickly on the, we've talked a lot about the effect of the balls on the cricket, and now comparing the first 30 overs with overs 31 to 80 in this summer so far. Wickets falling at 28 runs per wicket in the first 30 overs. That's actually a little down on recent seasons, but sort of in line with how it has been. And 58 runs per wicket from overs 31 to 80. And over the previous few seasons, it's been around about 32, 33. So it's we are watching a different game for various reasons.
Thank you, Andy. Trying to get my breath back from all of that. Mark Ramprakash is still with me. There were many things said in the last half an hour that were very notable. I just want to pick out a couple of them. I'll start with Jack Leach. He says, Ben Stokes said that Jack Leach said, "We may not be the better team, but we are the braver team." And that's to be the mantra for every game they play.
You're going to ask me to decode that, aren't you?
Yes, please.
I thought you might. Well, what does that mean? I think it means that, as I alluded to earlier, but when you get picked for your country, it's the biggest moment of your life, really. And it's the pinnacle of your career. And sometimes it's not easy to go out and remember that it's just a game of cricket. And I think that's what England are trying to say is, look, let's just strip it back. It's a game of cricket. Go out, play with a smile on your face and commit. Don't die wondering. Have no regrets. As a batter, if you see it's something to score, latch onto it. With the bowlers, they're looking at, Jack Leach is looking to turn it and rip it. The seamers have pitched it up on an attacking length and try to make things happen. So I think that's what they're talking about as a mantra.
And the other things that were noticeable, Ben Stokes trying to describe what was going on, couldn't really.
Yeah.
He just sort of was describing an atmosphere. Maybe Johnny Bairstow gave us a bit more of an insight onto that when he said, he's not been in the nets. They don't all turn up at 10 o'clock and then do something from 10 till 10:10 and then slip catching from 10:10 till 10:20. It's like maybe they're being trusted. And is that part of it?
Well, it is, but it's what's right for this group and this individual. So, for example, it doesn't necessarily mean that every team now should be turning up at, 20 minutes before the start and doing no warm-up or anything. It's not that. And it's not that young players shouldn't get in the nets and work hard at their game. I mean, Johnny Bairstow's hit thousands of balls in his life. He's got a lot of international runs under his belt. He's a very accomplished player, a lot of experience on different pitches. One thing that was mentioned was his clarity of role, and he seems to have found that beautifully.
Thank you, Mark. It's great crack. It's just good fun, said Johnny Bairstow. Well, you can say that again. It's absolutely astonishing what we've witnessed in these last 4 Test matches. You can watch highlights of today on the BBC Sport website and app now, and the full highlight show today at the Test is on BBC4 and the iPlayer at 7 p.m. TMS podcast will be available shortly on BBC Sounds, and the T20s begin on Thursday with commentary on 5 Sports Extra from 5:45, and then the second T20 on Saturday being played here at Edgbaston. It's live on BBC 2 from 2 p.m, as well as on TMS, but from a breathless, exhausted, exhilarated, delighted and bewildered Test match special. Goodbye until the next time.
Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.
As Radio 5 Live brings you one event, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you another.
Live and uninterrupted.
Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV.
Including cricket, athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula 1, rugby league, rugby union, tennis, football. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport.
Hear the action on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Sports Extra. Sports Extra. 5 Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport.